this number and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensling Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
There is so much breaking as we are coming on the air, 10 o'clock this morning. So I want to get right to it. You're not going to believe the comment linking slavery with vaccine mandates that the Florida Surgeon General, Dr. Joe Lapido, made yesterday, and really sending some shockwaves. No matter what you think about this issue, lawmakers in Florida saying they were taken off guard. But what's happening in Florida, that is leadership as they really propel the conversation. And this, as we are moments away right now from awaiting the hearing that is expected to take place this morning. It's scheduled for 10 o'clock, hasn't started yet, and they'll do some bloviating off the top. And this is with regard to the testimony of the secretary, obviously the health secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So RFK Jr. expected to answer some tough questions before one of the committees on Capitol Hill. And we'll also get to why the First Lady, why is First Lady Melania Trump, she's having a big meeting this morning. We'll get into all of that. But I want to begin with the story that consumed our coverage this week, 2 years ago, making national, even international headlines. Do you remember what was going on in September of 2023 in Chester County, Pennsylvania? I'm going to take you back. We're doing a lot of time machine stuff as we wait. And don't worry, you're not going to miss a thing, because when our FLOTUS begins to speak, when RFK Jr. begins to testify, we're going to get to all of it. Don't worry. But this is an important story to think about this. Do you remember Dan Borowski, our executive producer? I don't know if Dan remembers. It was 2 years ago. I have a lot of friends and family in Chester County. The kids weren't able to go to school. They were locked. It was horrible because it was nice weather. It was actually hot out. It was very nice, unseasonably warm weather. And the kids were really in the house because they were told that a convicted killer was loose. He had escaped starting August 31st. This massive manhunt for this convicted killer, Chester County Prison. And first of all, Chester County, if you know, this is really a beautiful suburb. You think of Kennett Square, you think of Westchester University, you think of Longwood Gardens, right? You think of this is a lovely suburban area. And they were on lockdown. And this convicted killer, and he was, by the way, accused of killing a woman before back in 2017 in his Here's a clue. Home country. He was an illegal. Do you remember this? This was Daniele Cavalcante. Remember this? And he was this guy who Chester County residents were fearful of at one point.
Spider-Man.
Remember this? Yes.
Yeah,
Love
Spider-Man.
the music. Did you get that? So I just wanted to take you back a little bit just to make sure everybody was on the same page. Remember, he stole somebody's Eagles jersey, broke into a home, stole a gun.
Oh, that's right.
Remember
when they arrested
this?
him, he had the Eagles hoodie, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't a jersey or anything. Yeah, it wasn't like. But this went on. Convicted killer. Everybody talking about it in the headlines. That was 2 years ago. Do you know what happened, Dan Borowski? Do you know what happened yesterday?
No.
Chester County, same prison.
No.
So the inmate did not escape, tried to, but thankfully, because they have fixed some of their systems, whatever, but they said, hey, no threat to the community. Chester County detectives are now leading the investigation this morning in cooperation, they say, with prison staff, and they're going to give us updates as to what was going on. So they thwarted an attempted escape. But I'm searching and searching. Who's the guy? Who's the inmate who was trying to escape? Because we don't have the name. Also, we don't have what he's convicted. What is he in there for? Is he just a detainee? Is he another convicted killer? Because, people in the community, it was eye-opening. They were like, what? We thought that this was, medium security, kind of lower security facility with the detainees.
There's a video to your left running on YouTube.
So you'll see this. Remember this? He's like Spider-Man because he scaled that wall. Check it out. I mean, these are some skills. Spider-Man. Scaled the wall. It was pretty impressive. He's a little guy. Strong, little gymnast action there. Nice brand new gym shoes, by the way.
We ever find out whether the guy bottom right was a lookout or not?
Never found that out to my knowledge, but they did a full investigation at the time. And as far as Cavalcante, remember they said ICE was finally notified about it. And at the time they said, hey, this guy's going to serve his term in a different facility for, murdering a woman. And then his home country, Brazil, where he came here illegally, by the way, his home country wanted him because he was accused of killing a woman there. So he was a most wanted guy. And so I will just say to you that it's curious to me. Curious, I'm just asking for a friend here. How come they're not releasing the name or the conviction of the person, the inmate, who was trying to escape yesterday in this very same prison? I'm just curious, just asking for a friend. And by the way, I had asked our Senate President, Kim Ward, yesterday about this very question. We had talked about it, and I said to her, are you aware that, for a news report, when she wasn't, she's looking into it. And I hope we see some legislation here in Pennsylvania. I'd love to see federal type on a national level legislation, because I feel like as a news reporter or even a citizen, if you try to, thank you, Dan. If you look at the Chester County, Pennsylvania, the Crime Watch, look, if you're watching on YouTube, what do you notice? What do you see here? The majority of their quote unquote most wanted. Look at the guy in the red jersey, by the way, Juarez Mercado Gilberto is his first name. That guy is a most wanted guy. He's been wanted since February, and the accusation, it's a horrific, it's rape. It's first degree rape of a lady who had limited, mental abilities and capabilities. They're the most wanted in Chesco right now. But if you notice, I'd say 90 plus 95% of the most wanted guys there in Chester County, you'll notice a similarity among them. But what I was explaining to Senator Ward was there's no way for any of us across America to mandate that they give us the citizen status. In other words, are these individuals illegals among us, or are they are they our fellow American citizens? Now, as I said to Senator Ward, has nothing to do with due process. All of these individuals, if they are arrested or accused or charged, they're going to get the same due process rights. That's our system, okay? And I'm not against due process. That's not the issue. My only issue is police are not allowed to put on any of their paperwork or document whether or not these most wanted dudes, is the fellow Mejo Taricos, his first name's Jose, he's accused of assault, harassment, among other things. Is that guy who's a most wanted right now in Chester County, is that dude who they're looking for? And obviously they have a picture which tells me if somebody has a mugshot on file. Dan Borowski, can you pop up your mugshot on file?
No, can't. Sorry.
Can you? Why not?
Because I don't have one.
Because he's never been mugshotted, if you will, right? So they could put up his Odyssey or WPHT photo, maybe his beautiful wife, Maisie, could put up a wedding photo or something. You know why Dan and I don't have like a mugshot photo on file? Yeah, because we've never been what? Arrested or accused. We're not in the system. We're not fingerprinted. So the fact that you have, mugshots of folks, it's what you call the usual suspect. Now, again, they are innocent until proven otherwise. That's right there on the site. But I just find it curious that we have we have an attempted escape. Good job to the prison staff. And we await word on who is this inmate who tried to escape. I would love to know the person. I would love to know their status.
That's a bad one right there in the middle of the screen. Jeez.
So and there's a warrant out for this person's arrest. Is that Mr.
I lost it.
Vasquez?
Yeah. It was aggravated assault of an unborn child.
Oh.
Yeah, here you go. Pulled it back up there.
So, and these are legitimate, and whether or not they're citizens or not, okay, first and foremost, these are accused individuals. Most wanted, Iran Ramirez Vasquez. These are serious charges of alleged violent individuals, and many of them, you'll notice, are accused of doing things against women and children. Again, it's the actual search for them is irrelevant to their citizenship. Number one, law enforcement wants to get them off our streets, right? Number one. Number two, due process. But number three, not for nothing, does it make a difference to a voter or to you as a taxpayer if you could know, in general, all of these blotters, that's public record, whether or not those vast majority of people being held in our facilities or the most wanted list are your fellow American-born citizens or whether or not they're here illegally. And I would submit to you that the more you know could impact the way you vote. You see where I'm going here? See, I think this impacts our elections. I think that if you said to yourself, the vast majority of these accused individuals who are clogging up our system, who we the people are paying for and paying for the due process that we believe in and so on, right? These are some accused people who are alleged bad hombres. And I don't like this so much. And why are they being coddled? And why are they, just allowed to be in the system and then released, paroled, etc.? Why isn't ICE being called? So that's where I'm going here. Okay. But I wanted to bring you back to what happened 2 weeks. If you remember that 2 years ago, right now this week, it was national headlines, and good job to the law enforcement. I think it was around $500,000 that the search actually cost. And we never knew if the guy who the Cavalcante broke into his house and took his nice brand new Eagles sweatshirt hoodie. Remember, I think it was Shapiro who promised to buy him another one. I don't know if he ever got a new one. So we never got to the bottom of that one. So there's that going on.
We got Ron Wyden talking right now in this hearing that is now underway. RFK up there, Capitol Hill, Dawn.
Do you want to go to it?
We can if you want.
It's up to you.
Yeah, he's making some accusations as we speak. You want to listen?
Sure.
Take vaccines away from Americans. During his confirmation process, he claimed to be pro-safety and
Oregon
pro-science,
Democrat.
but his actions reveal a steadfast commitment to elevating junk science and fringe conspiracies. His agenda has not been about choices and information for families. Just last week, he threatened doctors that deviated from the new anti-science vaccine guidelines he released that make it harder for pregnant women and children to get the COVID vaccine. And then there's corruption. Robert Kennedy's bizarre statements and actions beg the question, why? Democrats on this committee answered that question months ago. Robert Kennedy can enrich himself and his allies. His family still stands to gain from class action lawsuits against vaccine makers.
So
now,
this
Robert
is
Kennedy
the statement by a Democrat. This is Representative Wyden, and this is, we're awaiting Kennedy, HHS, the Senator Ron Wyden, in this one of many hearings that'll take place, but this is the first one. So he's obviously the Democrat who's blasting Kennedy. I always picture the baby videos that are my favorite thing that I always put on. So they'll make a baby video out of this because you see Kennedy, he sort of scratches his face and he averts his eyes and kind of tries not to roll his eyes as this guy is like basically ripping into him and calling him a horrible person and denying pregnant.
You can see him adjusting his collar.
Yeah, adjusting his collar. And so you could just picture the baby video they're going to make with baby Kennedy and baby Oregon Senator Wyden, whatever.
We got a break. Did you want to break real quick before Kennedy, or did you want to go back to Wyden? It's
no, we don't need to go. You get the gist.
I think we do.
He's going to rip him. Kennedy's going to come out and explain. And then we'll get to what's going on with Florida ending vaccine mandates. Ron DeSantis, Florida governor, saying that, yeah, let's have the people of Florida vote away their income taxes. Wow. And then we have our First Lady talking about AI. There's a big meeting with First Lady Melania Trump. A lot developing this morning. So, yeah, we'll stay on time here. This segment sponsored for you by my friends at Kitchen Magic, because Kitchen Magic, family-owned, American-made, tariff-proof. For more than 45 years, they've remodeled homes across the Northeast, of course. And this month, 40% off installation on all kitchens and bathrooms. Kitchen Magic, where quality meets value. Just call or visit them, kitchenmagic.com. Do it today. Thank you, Kitchen Magic, for sponsoring our first segment right here on the Dawn Stensland Show. Be right back.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I've talked about going to Bob's Little Sports Shop for great events like Bachelor, Bachelorette, hosting private parties at Bob's Little Sports Shop. Well, an incredible event coming up September 27th, Guys and Gals Combo with individualized training. Bob's offers both men and women trained instructors, private and closed events that can host up to 30 people. They have smaller group events during business hours that can host 10 or less. You can have your own instructor for shooting range fun. Just call Bob's for pricing and details. No alcohol or drugs permitted on premises, obviously. Ask about lessons on introduction to firearms, shooting and cleaning classes. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. Firearms ID cards are not required for anyone attending events, and no previous experience is necessary. Bob's is the place to learn about firearms, especially for new shooters or anyone interested in learning about firearms ownership. Bob'sLittleSportShop.com is where you want to go. And don't forget, September 27th, Guys and Gals Combo. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Hi, I'm Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network, PNC Bank loves an exciting game. But we also think a little boring can go a long way. You see, boring banking means you're doing the right things. That is why PNC leaves a third and long to the professionals. Reliable fiscal strategies are more in our zone anyway. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Today's 410 Phillies Brewers game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT today.
College holds a mythic place in American culture, but there are stories you won't hear on the campus tours.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything from rigged admissions to the drama of Greek life and student protests. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Shopping for an engagement ring can feel a lot like shopping for a used car. You walk in, you're not sure who to trust, and you're wondering if you're getting the real deal or a good sales pitch. That's why people are turning to Family & Company Jewelers. They're changing the game with full transparency, no pressure, no commissions, and now every piece of jewelry in the showcase has the price right there on display. No surprises, no haggling, just real value from our friends at Family & Company Jewelers, doing things right. Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
So as we get to it, you have to remind me to go into this. We had sad news today. A real icon of fashion, Giorgio Armani. The news has broken that he passed away, 91 years young. I love Armani. Giorgio Armani, just iconic designer, and he is dead at the age of 91 years young. I didn't even know he was 91 because, quite frankly, he's somebody who aged he's my dad's age, really good looking, distinguished gentleman, always with the tan, if you will, so handsome and so talented. And so the word today, we got this sad word that he has passed away. He's gone to fashion heaven.
What do you say talented? Can you elaborate?
Giorgio Armani?
Yeah.
I love Armani.
Yeah.
So my drive...
Is it like talent and design then, I guess?
Yes.
Okay.
Design.
All right.
Fashion.
Yeah.
It's an art.
All right.
Fashion is wearable art. So I don't really wear my good stuff to work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I love my dry cleaner. So I'm really... There's one jacket that went missing. It was like one that I don't care about, but they didn't lose one of my favorite Armani jackets.
They better not.
Oh my gosh, I would have flipped out.
Do you have insurance on that thing?
No.
Oh, okay.
But some of my, I love some of my Escada, some of my Armani stuff. Like you could actually still sell it, whether it's a year old or 10 years old or even like 17 years old. It's beautiful. It wears. It's vintage. So whatever that is, don't sell it. But you could sell it for thousands of dollars.
Now, does that make it more valuable now that Armani's dying? That it's from when he was alive?
Yes.
Wow.
But it's just the stuff that it just fits.
But the thing is, he's 91, right?
Yeah.
So the past 20 years, there's no way he was sitting in what do you call it, a lab designing things, or?
No, I think he still was hands-on.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Because I do respect, Maisie forces me to watch Project Runway, Making the Cut, those types of shows. So,
last night Dan's texting. He's like...
So I'm familiar with, there is talent involved. I just wonder, a guy that's 91 years old, how much was he doing? But you're right, with the name there. And I guess, if you have Armani, sadly, we don't have any Armani, so,
and I said in America, he's iconic, but obviously he's Italiano. And so Italy... The Italian makers, it's just something about the Italian fashion.
Now, Newman Price wants to know, does Dawn own a Demon Giordano tracksuit? An all-jean tracksuit as a Dom Giordano.
I love it. No.
You have no Giordano?
I don't have that.
But you have Armani.
But I have Armani.
Is Coco Chanel still around?
Coco, I have some Chanel. Not as big a Chanel fan. I will say the Italian.
She died in 1971. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
But the company goes on, obviously.
Yeah.
But Armani, iconic Italian designer, and really, somebody has obviously leaves behind this multi-billion-dollar fashion empire. And so 91 years young, died at home, one of the most recognizable names and faces in the global fashion industry. And so...
Is Louis Vuitton still alive? Is that an actual person?
I don't
know. He died in 1892. Jeez,
but these people, they're, in other words, whether it's Escada, whatever that. So these designers, their name and their label lives on. Mm-hmm. But for him.
No, I was just curious if there was a recent example of a designer who passed, because you think of these names, they're the legendary names, and is there any of these legendary names that or is he the last one that's around? Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Armani.
Well, I would say, in many of our many of our politicians, for example, wear Ralph Lauren.
Oh, okay.
Females and males.
Yep.
So he is American. He is somebody who absolutely, he's still alive.
Yeah.
So I would say Ralph Lauren is somebody who's alive and well, but we want to celebrate Armani. And then my next one, and we're not going to Kennedy. Oh, you know what? He is speaking.
Oh, you want to go to him?
Yeah, let's go to.
Yeah, we can go to him.
I don't know if he's wearing Armani, but here is Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and he gets to defend himself after being ripped by the Democrats.
$10 billion a year. Meanwhile, we are expanding access for people who need it. We are ending racist diversity, equity, and inclusion practices and instead focusing on aiding low-income and vulnerable families, regardless of their race, which was the original intent of Title X. We're also pouring $1 billion into Head Start and the Administration for Children and Families. Compassion need not be the casualty of efficiency. I'd like to highlight some issues that have not gotten media attention. First, we are doing our part to fulfill the President's commitment to stop human trafficking, especially of children. We inherited a terrible humanitarian crisis from the previous administration with its open border policies, which allowed the appalling loss of 476,000 unaccompanied children. We have implemented policies now to ensure that appalling tragedy can never happen again. We have knocked on 82,000 doors and located 22,000 of those children. I promise you that we will do more in the next 3 years. We are also addressing the disastrous health conditions in tribal communities on Native American reservations. I've met face-to-face with tribal leaders in dozens of communities and tribes in Alaska, Arizona, Idaho, New Mexico, and elsewhere. And I look forward to making HHS resources more available to those communities. One of the most significant initiatives under President Trump is the Rural Health Transformation Fund, part of the President's Big Beautiful Bill, which will provide the greatest investment of federal money into rural health care in history. Finally, I would like to address the recent shakeups at CDC.
Oh, this is good.
These changes were absolutely necessary adjustments to restore the agency to its role as the world's gold standard public health agency with the central mission of protecting Americans from infectious disease. CDC failed that responsibility miserably during COVID, when its disastrous and nonsensical policies destroyed small businesses, violated civil liberties, closed our schools, caused generational damage in doing so, masked infants with no science, and heightened economic inequality. And yet all those oppressive and unscientific interventions failed to do anything about the disease itself. America is home to 4.2% of the world's population, yet we had nearly 20% of the COVID deaths. We literally did worse than any country in the world. And the people at CDC who oversaw that process, who put masks on our children, who closed our schools, are the people who will be leaving. And that's why we need bold, competent, and creative new leadership at CDC. People able and willing to chart a new course. As my father once said, progress is a nice word, but change is its motivator, and change has its enemies. That's why we need new blood at CDC. That's also why it's imperative that we remove officials with conflicts of interest and catastrophically bad judgment and political agendas. We need unbiased, politics-free, transparent, evidence-based science in the public interest. Those are the guiding principles behind the changes at the CDC, and that is what you can expect all across our agency for the next 3 years.
And so you get the gist of it, defending himself. This is Health Secretary, U.S. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. appearing before this congressional committee this morning. He's expected to face a grilling, as you can imagine, about the turmoil at federal health agencies and especially talk vaccines. We'll get into all of it as you hear him say they're going to make the changes. And those who shut down our schools and were complicit with that and let politics slip into our health agencies, they're getting the word that they're fired. Make America healthy again. And we've got it all covered for you. We'll be right back with a great interview giving you the latest on what's going on with the SEPTA so-called crisis.
My name is Stephen Ridgey, originally from Little Falls, New Jersey. My wife went to some of the crash-proof events, and what the wife is interested in, naturally, the husband has to be interested in. So I went, and I was intrigued, and I decided to pursue it further. And since then, I don't worry about money at all anymore. In 2025, I got 6.5%. That 6.5% is mine. There are no fees. And today, we had a very productive meeting. For 2026, I may only make 5.5% if the market dives and crashes. But I also have the ability to make 15, 17% if the market roars. I know Jerseyans are skeptical. We always are about every little thing. But believe me, I can't thank my wife enough for bringing me to crash-proof retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit bentzdentalgroup.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
So on a national level, we're covering everything for you between, and by the way, we do have Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky taking part in a call with President Trump. That's the word we're getting from the White House, and that's as I'm speaking, that's a developing story this morning. No comment from the White House. And so is there some hope renewed with regard to what's going on with peace between Russia and with Ukraine? We have Kennedy on Capitol Hill. He gave his opening statement, and so we're following that for you with regard to vaccines. Well, certainly he's going to be asked more about this link between things like autism and vaccines. A lot of controversy there. He's expected to take a grilling. He's locked and loaded there, but he's not speaking right now. So we just want to update you on so much that's happening locally, nationally. Of course, if you're watching on YouTube, I am wearing my Eagles green. I had to find this silver sequin because it's the Eagles with the silver. You got to do the silver. I'm losing my voice. I imagine
you and RFK.
I know, gosh.
Great impression there, dog.
But yeah, that was not intended. And, you think about the Eagles and everybody freaking out, of course, when the announcement came. And this was, whoever thought of this, not a good idea in PR. Usually they're great. But the Eagles organization had said, oh, gee, we have this so-called SEPTA crisis that the media has been talking about.
Sorry.
I know. You know what? Mayor Sherelle Parker, that became a good luck chant, okay, to misspell the thing that we always do. But, they put out the word, hey, don't tailgate because we can't take SEPTA. playing right into all of that, of course, George Bachetto is in court today with a hearing and has turned that narrative on its head. But what's going on with the budget? We talked to a senator, the president of the Senate here in the Commonwealth, Kim Ward, yesterday.
La Presidente.
El Presidente, Madam Presidente. I called her the president of Pennsylvania. She loved it. It was cute. But let's bring in our friend. Is Frank here?
Frank is here, yeah.
Frank Ferry.
Morning.
Good morning. So how are you?
Good morning, Don.
Oh, good morning, Frank. I just want to make sure there's so much breaking. It has been crazy with the news cycle, but we just wanted to get the update with you, and we always appreciate you when you can come on, give us a briefing, if you will, for our Pennsylvania Senator, Frank Ferry, who can tell us about what's going on with SEPTA, with the budget. What is the latest? Can you just give us a little update here, Frank?
Sure. And you touched on the court case that is going on today. So there was a temporary injunction that George was able to secure last week in court. Basically, they're pointing out to SEPTA having reserve funds that in their stabilization fund that are enough to keep the buses going and the trains going, right? And I think when I was on last, we talked about the targeting of this, right? The cancellation of the bus routes the day before Philadelphia Public Schools went back to school, right? The extra trains running for the Eagles games. And when we met with SEPTA's GM last week, and with we, I mean myself, Senator Pecosi, and Senator Pennycook, the SEPTA loss on the trains running for the Eagles game is $40,000. So they lose $40,000 every Eagles game. But they also said they lose money on just about every train route and bus route that they run as well. So, $40,000 in the grand scheme of them losing that money when they lose $213 million annually, that's their structural deficit, is a drop in the bucket. And there were solutions to be had. Ultimately, the court issued a ruling yesterday saying that when they issued the temporary ruling last week, that included SEPTA canceling the additional trains for tonight. In the meantime, yesterday, myself, Pecosi, and Pennycook were able to secure a sponsor in Uber who was willing to make up that $40,000 so the trains could still run, the extra trains could run, the commuters would pay their fare as they normally would, but SEPTA wouldn't have that loss, so there would be no reason for them to cancel that extra service. We notified them in the morning, late in the morning, that we had secured that funding. They got back to us and said the Eagles were looking to secure funding from one of their corporate partners, which they ultimately did with FanDuel, which is fantastic. Our goal was to have it work out. But in the end, the trains would have been running one way or another, whether FanDuel came through or the work myself, Pecosi, and Pennycook had done. But then later in the afternoon, the ruling was made by the judge saying, no, you have to run those trains regardless. Mm-hmm. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens in court today, because it really seems like SEPTA's, crisis that, we're calling a manufactured crisis in the sense of, yeah, they have financial issues, but they have money in the bank to hold them over until we get things settled in Harrisburg. Additionally, they're picking and choosing where the cuts are and what the cuts are. And very objectively, it looks to be very painful cuts. The Eagles game, students right before school starts, and all to exert maximum pressure. But we're not going to wave the white flag on this. We will get this resolved in time, but as part of that resolution will be greater financial oversight, will be increased safety for the SEPTA workforce, and most importantly as well, the commuters. And we will fight to get that done. The Democrats are trying to stop some of the safety measures we're trying to put in place, which is just absurd to me. We want the SEPTA workforce to be safe. We want the commuters to be safe, and that'll all be part of the resolution. But the day-to-day issue that is going to be settled through the courts is the debunking of this crisis. There's been times before where SEPTA has been delayed in getting their state funding because of a budget issue, and yet the trains still ran, the buses still ran, and again, I go back to something I think I said when we last talked about this. This is all political. Yeah. So yesterday, when myself and my fellow senators were working on a solution to the Eagles problem, what were the Democrat House members doing? They were holding a press conference down at the stadiums where the NRG station is to bash us. So we're spending our time trying to find solutions to a crisis we didn't create. while they're spending their time lobbing more bombs at the Senate Republicans. There is a very stark difference in the statesmanship and the efforts being put forth.
And this is important as we continue the conversation with our Pennsylvania State Senator Frank Farry. And just if you haven't heard me before, or you don't really know much about Frank, and you can look him up, frankfarry.com. You can look at the site, Bucks County guy, but longtime firefighter as well. You worked in the private sector, which is why I always think it's important that we have people like you. I mean, your husband and dad and all that good stuff, local guy, but you're also somebody who, in other words, you've worked in the private sector. Now you're in the public sector. You were also, I believe it was nearly, 18 years working as a firefighter and volunteering in the community, that sort of thing. But you started out, my son Michael right now, by the way, is doing the Penn State Abington thing. You went on to University of Pennsylvania, Wharton School of Business, much like Trump, much like President Trump. And so you actually have multiple different degrees, but from Wharton, a degree in economics. That's a tough school and a great business school. So when you talk about, I just want to make sure that everybody knows, Frank. In other words, I want to make sure everybody knows your background here, working in the private and public sector, and then Wharton with the business school stuff, because I feel like that gives you, you have the gravitas to handle these kinds of issues, and to have to deal with and kind of jump over the ridiculous circus that they put forth with these BS narratives is infuriating. And it's important at the same time to call it out, the narratives that are being spoon-fed to the public.
And Dawn, 100%. I just want to throw in there, I'm still the volunteer fire chief in my home community where I was raised in my 25th year. So thank you to all the men and women, by the way, that choose the noble profession of being a first responder, whether it's career or volunteer. You're important to us. The stunt that Malcolm Kenyatta did, with his leisurely stroll out to Harrisburg, he holds a press conference out there and he accused me of putting up political ads when he had his press conference. And it's just simply not true. My campaign expense reports, when properly filed in a month or so, will bear that out. But they're just making stuff up, right? Yeah. I think he was trying to audition for WWE. Maybe that's his next career, because every time he runs for higher office, he loses. But, it was a publicity stunt.
Yeah.
And, we're doing serious work. Yeah. Like, people are suffering. To the fans that are going to the game tonight, and go Birds, right? To the fans that would be driving to the game tonight, the additional chaos they would encounter because more people that would take the trains would have to be on the roadways, right? That's not fair to the fans. They aren't part of this problem, right? To the parents that are struggling to get their kids to school, that's not fair to them. They didn't create this problem, and I'm literally watching people make politics out of it and just sit there and make stuff up. It's absurd. But I will say this again, the funding plan we came up with we presented on August 12th that passed the Senate, that was quickly rejected by a House committee led by Matt Bradford the next day. There's a lot that's been walked back by those guys. SEPTA had to walk back some of their statements relating to our plan. The governor came out and said, yeah, the Senate plan has funding that we should be part of the solution, right? Bradford's even had to back off on that, but they've not reconvened to do anything about it. The bill's sitting over there in the House, and I really believe it's because they just want to keep firing rockets at us. I'm up for re-election next year. Our majority is narrow in the Senate. We are the firewall between normalcy and craziness. And unfortunately, they're punishing the people of this Commonwealth, and specifically people in southeastern PA. They're punishing them to accomplish political goals. And I will keep saying that until they prove different. And right now, their behavior every day just further proves it. So while they're having press conferences, or Malcolm's political stunt, which is exactly what it was a publicity stunt, right, just to drop bombs, and he's calling us out by name, which is uncommon. Right, you may generalize it's the Republican caucus or the Democrat caucus or the Democrats in the House or whatever, right? You may pick on leaders because unfortunately that's a role they're in, and take a shot at leader or President Ward or Leader Pittman, right? It's still out of balance, but it's still what's happening. They're calling out Pecosi, Pennycook, and I by name, and Pennycook and I Tracy and I are up next year for our re-elections, and this is all to set the stage and direct the anger to us. But I believe the truth will rule the day. And it's important you providing me opportunities like this so I can tell your listeners about what is going on. Some of the mainstream media has actually bought into these arguments we're making, and we're getting a little better coverage on that between the networks and the Philadelphia Inquirer, wrote an article a few weeks ago about how political this is, because it is so obviously political. And, we're working towards solutions, but we also have to call out the truth.
Yeah, I think that's important. And I think you are correct, especially when George Paquetto, when he filed that suit, and then within, a day or so, we saw a change. And we saw SEPTA back off immediately. And I think that was a good moment, because I think everybody in the media just was a little embarrassed, at least locally here in Philadelphia, because I did not hear the narrative as much. And so I did see a little bit of a change. I don't know if you felt that, but I thought, oh, good.
And I'll tell you, as I've been talking to, some of the reporters, some, I had pre-existing relationships with, whether it was through covering us at fire scenes or whatever, or, alternatively through my career, or other ones I was just meeting, when I would have a conversation off camera for 15 minutes and lay out what was going on, they're like, really? And then as I would have a follow-up interview a week or so later, they're like, I asked some questions at a press conference and they didn't really get answered by the Democrats, right? And I think there's, whatever their ideologies are, they're starting to see it as well. And they recognize, yesterday, we were respectful to SEPTA and the Eagles. I could have run outside and had a whole huge press conference going, we secured funding for the trains. And you know what? We didn't send out our release announcing that until after SEPTA and the Eagles did. We're trying to be respectful of the process. We're not chasing the front page stories, if you will. They're coming to us because, we're under fire from these people. But I believe a lot of the media is seeing what's really going on. And this matches the national Democrats with their failure on messaging, right? Whether it's boys in girls sports, right? The safety of the border, I mean, their narrative is just, I think, to a lot of regular, residents of the United States, and more specifically the residents of our Commonwealth, they're starting to see through that narrative, and you see that in some of the election results. And, but they're trying to talk some of this into existence. And, another example was they attacked our plan because we're taking money from a trust fund that is for capital for transit, but this is a surplus we're taking out of there. In the next 5 years, every capital project for transit across this Commonwealth would be fully funded, and the fund balance would grow from $2.4 billion to almost $2.9 billion. And that is with us taking 2 years of operating dollars out of there. The fund balance continues to grow. And when we met with SEPTA last week, they brought their finance guy in, and he had all their capital stuff. And, they weren't able to debunk our numbers. And I appreciate them meeting with us and they're on this dialogue on this, but I'm like, prove what we believe to be truthful wrong, and we'll change our narrative, because if we're incorrect, let us know. And they could not show that we were incorrect. And hypothetically, something may happen in 2035, but I'm like, that's not a project that's on the books, right? But there's still a fund balance that can handle that. And that fund balance is growing annually. So why not use transit dollars for a transit, quote, crisis? Right? That's just common sense. It's sitting in a PennDOT controlled bank account in Harrisburg right now. None of this needs to be happening. And if we need a little more time to wrestle with the Democrats to work this out, so be it. But SEPTA didn't need to do it, because they would ultimately have their own stabilization fund backfilled by the dollars that they didn't get in July and August when we settle this issue. And they know that. And that's part of why they have that stabilization fund. So this truth is ultimately going to come out. I appreciate it's actually being proven in court as well, because that's not politicians slinging mud at one another. That's somebody in a black robe, and sometimes they get it wrong. Hopefully they get it right more than they get it wrong. But that is a judge literally seeing the same things that we believe are happening.
Our executive producer, Dan Borowski, I had a question, and I'm going to put Senator Ferry on the spot, because he and his beautiful wife have 2 little kids. Dan and his wife, Maisie, are expecting their first baby girl this October. So after Dan asks, I do want, I want to start something where we get advice.
Well, I'd
for
appreciate it from
dad,
the center. I highly respect this individual, so that'd be fantastic. But first, I got to ask.
Congratulations, Dan, to you and your family.
Thanks, Ed. I appreciate that, sir. So I spent a lot of time on social media, kind of doing research for this show and a lot of the left narrative, and you were talking changing narratives. Developed after this, deal with the Eagles and deal with Uber. On Reddit, a lot of the commentary, the goalposts have moved, and now it's this is late-stage capitalism. Quote, running public transit requires private sponsorship from a gambling company. I hate this world. This is end-stage capitalism. And now they're complaining that private sponsorships, they fear, are going to take over the public funding of SEPTA, and lines are going to become privately sponsored, and this is the future. I got to say, me personally, I don't know if that's a horrible idea, taking the burden off of taxpayers and putting onto private companies, but your commentary, sir, do you think this is the future, private sponsorship of lines, or is this just something to kind of get us through until we get new funding?
So the Democrats literally held a press conference yesterday in front of NRG Station. That is a sponsored named station where Eagles fans will be dropped off today by trains and picked up by trains. If there is advertising value for corporate America, nonprofits, or whoever to advertise, whether it's with the Eagles, SEPTA, it's a free market. They're choosing to do it. But to those that are decrying capitalism, that money also keeps fares down for those working class families that need SEPTA as their mode of transportation. So maybe they should look in their socialist mirror and try and figure out how that actually really benefits people. Right. So, I mean, their playbook is so basic. They go back to Chapter 1 when Chapter 12 fails. Mm-hmm. And, I mean, 13% of SEPTA's operating revenue comes from SEPTA-derived revenue. That is fares and advertising. There's advertising on the sides of buses. There's advertising within train cars. We actually have a bill I'm carrying that would allow some digital advertising on buses done in a safe way that's not distracted driving. There's a PennDOT regulation that kind of questionably prevents that. One of our solutions is to allow SEPTA to generate advertising that way to help with their revenue stream, right? Fares need to be fair, to be clear, right? So it's not just on the taxpayers to fund public transit. So fares need to be at a reasonable level. But if the agency can generate advertising revenue to either keep fares down or keep the burden off of the taxpayers at the federal, state, county, and city level, then I think that's a good thing. These people must have really frustrated lives.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well said.
It's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, I think the truth is that when you talk about the level of what's happening, you mentioned Matt Bradford, what was his fundraising? As I recall, it was like $1/3 that he had just from the teachers' unions. But his narrative is always this narrative because they want people to be dependent upon government rather than be empowered, right? To get to your job or get to whatever you're doing in your life. And I think that's the philosophical difference that, so everything it's sort of make-believe land. Yeah. Hey, State Senator Frank Ferry, we really appreciate you. Do you have I know you're a huge Eagles fan. Do you have a final score in mind with the Cowboys, the home opener this evening?
Yeah, I think it's going to be 31-17. I think we're going to smack them around pretty good. And I know Parsons hasn't. I'm a Penn State guy. I know Parsons wasn't effective when we kicked their butts last year. But I think having him not on the field really compromises their operation. Dawn, can I make one quick final point? By the way,
of course, go ahead.
The $300 million that the Democrat plan that they passed from their chamber 5 different times takes sales tax money that currently is going into the general fund, and they won't tell us if they're adding to the state structural deficit to solve transit structural deficit or if they're cutting programs. But you mentioned, public education, you mentioned the teachers union and whatnot. That $300 million that goes to fund public education and care for our seniors and our nursing homes and whatnot. And they are perfectly fine reallocating that money to public transit and creating a bigger hole in Harrisburg's budget, which could compromise how much money we're putting into public education. And I think people need to really examine what their plan truly does, because it's an incomplete plan because they won't tell us what they're cutting or if they're just going to add to our structural deficit. So we're using transit dollars for transit. They're using statewide dollars that go to all kinds of important programs to plug transit. So just, I think that's an important note when you talk about where the campaign contributions come from some of these folks.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Senator Frank Farry, and Eagles fan. We really appreciate you. Hope you come back soon. And hopefully next time, Frank, it's a positive update with getting this hashed out. Do you have a time?
I would love to do that.
Thanks a million.
So thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Good guy.
Yeah.
You know, here's the good and the bad with when you're just like a what I would call a common sense conservative, is that as conservatives, one of the things we're not really good at bullying. We're not good because we're not mean-spirited. We don't hate the other side like they seem to hate us. And so that's a good thing overall. But on the other side of it, they tend to make up sexy slogans, things that sound good, slick talk. Do you know what I'm saying? And so I think even for Frank, Senator Farry, what is he doing in his last word? He just really wants to get the truth and the facts in there. I just want you to think about that, his overall message. And I always love that when people are just authentic and they're just trying to get out the truth and arm you, me, all of us with the factual information. That's what we all should be doing. I know that maybe it's not sexy on social media, right? But that's what his job is, right? That's what they should be doing. And so I just wanted to I had to get that off my chest. I don't know if he gave you advice. We'll have to get because I was thinking about it's going to be like
we were running real short on
first
time,
Father's Day next. So I want to start doing like fatherly advice or a little segment. So we'll have to get that.
I like that.
He and his wife, Kristen, if you look at his website, it's really well done, but oh my gosh, cute little kids. So he's got all kinds of fatherly advice.
Yeah, I'm sure he does.
Juggling
a lot there too. So
what's that?
So he's able to juggle a lot there too, which is probably what I'd dig for advice. How does he? 25 years, volunteer firefighter, serves Senate, 2 kids. A lot.
Well, okay. To be fair, because I have from a family of firefighters, especially the volunteer firefighters.
Mm-hmm.
Part of it is it's tough. It is tough, but on the other side, you're a guy and you're going to the firehouse.
Yeah, just hanging out.
What are you doing? Okay. So it's like the ultimate man cave. Let's be real here. There's a lot of they have great food, homemade ice cream.
I think
food.
it's a fair excuse though, because they're also going into 300 tree, burning houses. And
in no way am I
smoke.
Yes, in no way. In no way am I discounting
have some
it.
brews with the guys
But I was firefighting. You know what I mean? I can picture my dad, my brother, my uncle. You know what I mean? It's like, honey, I got to go to the firehouse. It's very important. Oh, and my mom, of course, the women in my family, because we're like, oh, Hercules, fabulous. But come on, they're having a little guy time. It's nice. I'm just saying. Come on, we got to have a little fun with that. All right, I still, every time I look up, there's a Democrat like ranting. So we'll keep you up to date on what's going on with RFK Jr. We have a lot with that. We do have this meeting ongoing with AI with Melania Trump. That's happening today. We'll get into all of that. Florida making headlines for a couple of reasons, but Democrats kind of losing their minds with what happened because it took them off guard, number one. But this is Governor Ron DeSantis. He was talking about the income tax, but more importantly, his Surgeon General making major waves and headlines with what he had to say about mandates, not vaccines. They're not taking away vaccines. This is about a mandate. I think you're going to like where we go here. We got to take a quick break. Be right back.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
Packaging doesn't mask symptoms. It neutralizes allergens. Whisker Block, our patent-pending technology, binds the allergens so your immune system doesn't overreact. Many users feel relief in days, with meaningful improvement about a week in when used consistently. Recommended by doctors and experts, and designed to be safe for pets and humans of all ages. Control allergies with confidence. Add Packagin to your cat's food daily. Packagin.com. Pacagen.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hugh Douglas here, and everybody knows my favorite whiskey is Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey. And my folks at Jack Daniel's are coming out with a new flavor. It's called Jack Daniel's Blackberry. It's the real deal. A smooth, sweet taste, perfect to enjoy with friends. It's bold, it's vibrant with an aroma of creamy vanilla, toasted oak, and just a hint of honey. It's going to be my new tailgate drink this season. Jack Daniel's Blackberry. Coming soon to your local fine wine and good spirits. Celebrate responsibly.
Please drink responsibly. Whiskey 35% alcohol by volume. Imported by Brown-Forman, Louisville, Kentucky. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Copyright 2025. Brown-Forman Corporation.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensling Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
No safety you can characterize it any way you want. I quoted them today. What I said was accurate. What you said were lies. You described people
Senator,
moving the Titanic.
Are you saying that a mRNA vaccine has never been associated with myocarditis or pericarditis in teenagers? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
I am simply trying to say that the people that you have put on that panel, after firing the entire...
You're evading the question.
No, I'm asking the questions here,
You're
Mr.
evading
Kennedy.
that question.
I'm asking the questions,
I
Mr.
asked
Kennedy.
you a question.
I'm asking the questions for Mr. Kennedy on behalf of parents and schools and teachers all over the United States of America who deserve so much better than your leadership. That's what this conversation is about, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, they deserve the truth, and that's what we're going to give them for the first time in the history of that agency.
You are hearing it's ongoing, and that was quite a heated back and forth between Senator Bennett and HHS Secretary RFK Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who says that he says the people at the CDC did not do their jobs, and it's basically like a purge, if you will. So a lot of headlines, a lot of fireworks with this controversial appearance here, making America healthy again, as Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is appearing before this congressional committee. And as I said off the top, I mean, we knew there would be fireworks. We knew that he's getting a grilling, but defending. So let's go through it. So there's a piece of this where he refers to, for example, something that back in the day, Senator Rand Paul educated us with Fauci. Remember this, talking about gain of function. So here's the update when RFK Jr. refers now to what's up with gain of function research and whether or not we fund it.
We are ending gain of function research, child mutilation, and reducing animal testing. We are addressing cell phone use in schools, excessive screen time for youth, the lack of nutrition education in our medical schools, sickle cell anemia, hepatitis C, the East Palestine chemical spill, and many, many others. At FDA, we are now on track to approve more drugs this year than at any time in history. I'm also proud to say that HHS under President Trump is doing more with less. We have taken measures to fight waste, fraud, and abuse. Just by eliminating duplicative enrollments in CMS, we are saving taxpayers $14 billion a year. Meanwhile, we are expanding access for people who need it. We are ending racist diversity, equity, and inclusion practices and instead focusing on aiding low-income and vulnerable families, regardless of their race, which was the original intent of Title X.
So that is a piece of what RFK Jr. is saying, essentially saying that they're doging the CDC, that in fact they're going to serve people, that this is an agency that was big, bloated, disingenuous, and lied to us. Listen in.
Do you believe COVID-19 was politicized?
Yeah, the whole process was politicized. Senator, I mean, we were lied to about everything. We were lied to about natural immunity. We were lied to about, we were told again and again the vaccines would prevent transmission, they prevent infection. It wasn't true. They knew it from the start it wasn't true because that's what the animal studies and the clinical trials showed. We were told that there was science behind cloth masks. The CDC allowed the teachers union to write the order closing our schools, which hurt working people all over the country, and then pretend it was science-based. All of these issues, and then I can show you, like, for example, Chairman Wyden was talking about me politicizing ASIP. During COVID, Probably the most famous scientist on ACIP was Martin Kulldorff from Harvard, the great, world-renowned epidemiologist and vaccinologist. And he criticized the COVID booster mandates. They ejected him from COVID because he wasn't in the orthodoxy. The two biggest health officials at FDA during COVID, Dr. Gruber and Dr. Krause, criticized the Biden mandates, vaccine mandates. President Biden said in August, I would never take that vaccine, the Trump vaccine. And he came in, he mandated it, and then he fired the two top health officials at FDA who said, hey, this thing has not been properly tested. So the whole process was politicized, and even today.
So I'm thankful that we have these types of hearing and this type of transparency, because all you hear if you listen to the mainstream media is RFK Jr., oh, he's terrible, and what is he doing, and he's not credible, and so on and so forth. But when you hear him explain it, then you go, oh, okay, yeah, I do remember that. Remember that when the teachers union was, and that all came out. We revealed it at the time. At one point, I know he called for new blood, no pun intended, at the CDC that's one of the headlines that you're seeing. But Kennedy pushing back hard and defending all of the actions and saying that the Trump administration is doing it right this time, as they hope, and this is the hope and prayer, that they can restore the credibility to this agency. Dan, can we just pivot to the Surgeon General of Florida real quick here?
Just real quick comment from YouTube, youtube.com/@12WPHT. Please go like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications, and get great commentary like Rusty Wickwire, who says, the girl sitting behind Robert Kennedy is beautiful. I did pause it right there, and she is gorgeous.
Behind his right shoulder. Yeah. Very pretty hair. Mm-hmm. And yes, she is.
All right, sorry about that.
So
I do have
it is true. If you're the person behind whoever or beside and you're making faces or whatever, it's hard in the morning, like on Kale and Company, and we're on for so many hours, and then somebody on the YouTube chat or one of you is like texting me or DM, like Dawn, like Road Warrior, like Johnny's like, fix your hair. You know what I mean? And then you're trying to do it discreet. And I wish that we had the text of some of these people to go, don't make that face, when you're behind Trump or RFK Jr., for crying out loud.
Like, what are you doing?
But this headline, and this is this Surgeon General. This is Joseph Ladapo of Florida. And he said this yesterday, still making waves.
Sorry, give me 10 seconds.
No, that's okay. This really took everybody off guard as he was holding this news conference with Governor Ron DeSantis. And here's what they're saying, the message in Florida with regard to mandates for vaccines.
But what I'm most excited about is an announcement that we're making now, which is that the Florida Department of Health, in partnership with the governor, is going to be working to end all vaccine mandates in Florida law. All of them. All of them. All of them. Every last one of them. Yeah. Every last one of them. All of them.
Very long applause for them.
That's incredible.
Every last one of them. Every last one of them is wrong and drips with disdain and slavery.
Slavery. Okay. This was the comment in the Surgeon General. If you're not watching on YouTube, he is an African-American gentleman. And so to bring out the S word in this was interesting to me. But if you think about it as well, and think about what happened here in Philadelphia, for example, and we in this area, there is a history, as you well know, of, for example, African Americans being experimented on, and remember that whole thing. So what he's saying here is that you have parental rights, and that they're not going to mandate this for you. But what they're talking about is schools. And so across the country, this was getting reaction, a lot of support, a lot of questions, criticism. So what do they mean by that? And what about the basic things like, polio? So there are a lot of questions I do have on this, but apparently they're saying they will no longer mandate it, because right now in Pennsylvania, for example, New Jersey, in our region, if you enroll your child, and even I believe for daycare, I think it's all mandated. They have to have had certain vaccines, and usually it's day one when your baby is a newborn, just born that day or within 24 hours. They get a whole bunch of vaccines, right? Hepatitis B among them, polio vaccine, all of that stuff. And so the question, MMR, the series pretty quickly when they're young. So not that young. But in other words, what does this mean for schools? And will now you have this political debate, or will it become divisive? I hope not. I hope what it does is engages all of us in a conversation. And I think that for everybody, we need to have different terminologies for a true immunization, like the polio vaccine, where you get that and boom, you've wiped it out. You are not going to get polio, thank God. But then on the other hand, we have things like the flu. The flu vaccine, which is not it's not an immunization. Do you know what I mean? Or the COVID vaccine booster, whatever you want to. We should really call them all boosters. I don't know, 855-839-1210. What do you think about that? Calling something a flu booster or a COVID, call it a booster, and then call an immunization that. I think the labeling is part of this issue. But Florida making the headlines. And then, of course, Governor DeSantis, I'll wrap up here real quick, had said that, yes, he supports a vote. So put it to a special election. People can vote on the issue of income taxation. And that's another controversial one, but Floridians loving it. All right, we got to go. Dr. Michael Busler, right around the corner. We'll talk about all things economics, some new numbers. Be right back.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-506-3355. 800-506-3355. 800-506-3355.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying,
will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan with one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Today's 410 Phillies Brewers game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT today.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
Now, after the camera stopped rolling, Secretary Besson actually made one piece of huge news.
This is obviously a big issue regardless of political party. The housing crisis. What more can the president really do here other than try and sign an executive order and say, hey, BlackRock, you can't buy up houses anymore?
We may declare a national housing emergency.
Oh, wow. Is there a timeline for that, or
this fall?
Okay. Wow.
And there are a lot of things that we can do. One is interest rates coming down, which I think they will. What we've seen is distributional problems of people with assets like high interest rates, people have a lot of cash, and then people with high credit card debt or who want to buy a house want lower mortgage rates.
So that was the Labor Day message as Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. This is a different style of interview at a diner with workers there who are not taxed on their tips. And so we think about this. When will President Trump do this? Declare a national housing emergency? And what does such a declaration mean as the administration continues to explore these strategies in hopes of addressing high closing costs, standardized building, zoning codes across the country? And so this housing issue in America continues. We do have some new numbers continually coming out. So we wanted to bring in our favorite professor of all things economic locally. And this is Dr. Michael Busler. Good morning. It's always good to have you here.
Well, thanks for having me, Dawn. As you know, it's always my pleasure to be here.
Stockton University. So I also saw that the White House had put out word as far as President Trump's AI energy dominance agenda, talking about, and they keep putting this out here every day, new investments. So this was the announcement of Hitachi Energy announcing a $1 billion investment in U.S. critical electrical grid infrastructure, and that includes about a $500 million investment in New Virginia-based large power transformer facility as well, creating jobs, powering the AI revolution. But I always point out, Dr. Michael Busler, that this is fantastic. It's jobs, it's money coming in, but I believe it's not an official contract. It's not like they've just written a check. It's a promise, right, of $1 billion investment, which is good, but I don't want to get the cart before the horse.
Yeah, so President Trump has secured literally trillions of dollars worth of pledges from foreign companies to invest into the U.S. Many of them are doing it to avoid the tariffs. Many are doing it because it's a great investment opportunity for them. Artificial intelligence is here now. It will be even bigger into the future, and it's very important that the U.S. Take the lead in this and be ahead of any other country. Artificial intelligence requires tremendous amounts of energy. So increasing how much energy we're able to produce is also very vital to getting this going. All of these pledges that have been made, I would probably say almost all of them will end up turning into investments into the U.S. And for the long term, that's a very good thing. We'll have more production, more made in America kind of products, and that's all very good. So these are good things that are happening. And once they pledged it, President Trump will hold their feet to the fire and make sure that they follow through.
And then on the other side of it, I know we want to get into, what's going on with the latest, economic news as we head toward, we're in September, so we're looking toward the Fed and what they will do. And then also President Trump's effort, I think, to try to sidestep the Fed with some of these different ideas, thinking outside the box. But President Trump did put out there that he wants a swift and definitive decision on tariffs from the Supreme Court. That's something else that's taking shape, and saying the country would be on the brink of economic catastrophe without these import taxes that he has imposed on. And then I'm reading, this is the Associated Press wording it as the import taxes Trump has imposed on U.S. rivals and allies alike. That's how the Associated Press chose to word that story. But President Trump's words are that we would be on the brink of economic catastrophe if we didn't have all this tariff money coming in.
Right. So hundreds of billions of dollars prior to this year, hundreds of billions of dollars annually are flowing out of the country, and that's potential wealth that's leaving. I think last year it was over $800 billion and on its way to approach $1 trillion a year of wealth that's flowing out of the U.S. So why is that? Well, the U.S. Really going back decades after World War II, wanting to help a lot of countries develop, said, look, you can sell in the U.S., we'll charge you virtually no tariff, I think a 2.5% tariff, and so you can sell your products here and that'll help you grow. We expected them to do the same. Unfortunately, they didn't do that. They put tariffs of 10, 20, 50. India was putting 100% tariffs on goods. So what happened was a lot of foreign goods flowing into this country. We were buying them, and our money flowed out. Very little of our goods were being purchased by foreign countries, so very little of their money flowing in, and that's where we got that big negative balance of trade. Trump wants to fix it immediately. He doesn't want to convene town hall meetings and have committees and debate in Congress and let a year or two go by. He wants to fix it immediately, and that's what his tariff policy is geared to do. And so far, it's working. We've raised hundreds of billions of dollars already through tariff income. There's been virtually just a negligible effect on prices, so this is very positive for us. Eventually, we'll eliminate the negative balance of trade, probably get down to an even amount going both ways, and maybe even U.S. may even have somewhat of a surplus, because all of these trade agreements that he signed with the UK, the European Union, South Korea, Japan, they've all opened up their markets to U.S. manufacturers. So the exports will start going way up. That means our economy will be able to grow, and when we're exporting and they're buying from us, their money will flow back into our country. This rogue judge who said you can't do this kind of threw a monkey wrench into it. President Trump said, look, we need to get this resolved immediately, and that's why I went to the Supreme Court with an emergency request to rule on this.
And when I look at the reciprocal tariffs, the chart, because a lot of times they'll talk about what we charge, but in the left-hand column, in other words, it's, let's say they have China, 67%, and then the USA discounted with the reciprocal tariffs. Now it's down to 34%. So they released, those numbers, and I think a lot of us didn't realize, and I think the goal here for Trump is to say it should be equal, or a little more fair. It's what he always does, right? He's trying to negotiate the best deal that he possibly can.
Exactly.
Is that
and
what
I
you
think
see?
He's done, yes, and I think he's done a great job with that. Most of these agreements that we signed say the U.S. can sell most of their products in these countries without any tariff at all, even though we're going to be charging in most of these agreements a 15% tariff. So it's going to reverse that negative balance of trade and, again, open up foreign markets. This is a very positive thing for the U.S. economy. Now, some people are worried, well, consumers are saying, wait a minute, if you're putting a 15% tariff, won't I have to pay 15% more for all these goods? Isn't this inflationary? That's what Jerome Powell says. And the answer is no. What happens is, even if it's a 15% tariff, look, a retailer sells something for $20, he probably buys it for $10. That's a typical retail markup. So you put a tariff on the $10, at 15% is $1.50. It won't all be passed on to the consumer. The producer, the country it's coming from, will absorb some of it. The middleman who's bringing it over will absorb some of it. And maybe of that $1.50 tariff, only maybe 50 cents of it ends up going to consumers. So that'll raise prices somewhat, but not nearly as much as people think. The other thing is, President Trump says even if there's a little upward pressure on price from the tariffs, we're going to vastly increase the supply of energy. And when you increase the supply of anything, the price falls. Energy prices have already come down. Probably by next year, once all this stuff flows through, energy prices will fall even further. Energy prices account for about 7% of the consumer price index directly, and even more indirectly because it affects the cost of energy to produce things. So even if there's a little upward pressure on price from the tariffs, it will be more than offset by downward price on energy. And I believe the inflation rate will be down under 2% by sometime early next year.
And so what do you see here, Dr. Michael Busler, as you look at it? And we're obviously it was Labor Day holiday on Monday, a lot of Labor Day stories, the state of laborers. And it's kind of funny. You look at one site that's left-leaning and they say, oh, Trump is the worst for workers in 50 years. And then you look at a right-leaning site and they say, he's the best. Trump is the best for the workers. What is the truth here as far as the state of manufacturing, how all of this impacts, you think about construction, you think about buying, consumer news. What do you see here when you think about President Trump, these policies going into effect? And it's aggressive. All of Trump's, everything he's doing and this administration is doing, it's aggressive and it's moving at the pace of the speed of Trump, as we now say. Right.
So you originally started out by saying it's Labor Day. Mm-hmm. What's best for workers? One side says he's bad for workers. The other side good. What's best for workers is if you can increase their real income, that is income adjusted for inflation, and improve their standard of living. Under Trump, real wage increases have exceeded the inflation rate. And as long as that happens, you get a real increase in wages, a real increase in purchasing power, and that leads to a higher standard of living. In terms of jobs, all of this investment from foreign and domestic will go into, or much of it rather, will go into manufacturing. Now, when we start manufacturing, that's going to create jobs. And let me also say with the jobs, workers are going to have to be prepared for these jobs. These are higher tech jobs. You're not just working on an assembly line where you're putting one thing into another. We have artificial intelligence and a lot of automation, and most of the workers will have to learn how to work with those things, which makes them more productive and will lead to even higher wages. So we're going through a transition. We're bringing manufacturing back. We have to keep the costs down. We don't have $1 an hour labor like they do in many Asian countries. So in order to keep the costs down, we're going to automate. We're going to use artificial intelligence. There'll be plenty of jobs for workers in these production facilities, and will end up producing products that are better quality and will be able to keep the costs down. And for the long run, that's good for the workers, it's good for the consumers, and it's really good for all America.
We had talked, some of the key inflation numbers and that gauge had crept a little bit higher, but would it stave off the Fed interest rate cut? Do you still see a cut coming? I think you said it was a 0.5 percentage point that you feel confident it's going to happen mid-month.
Yeah, I'm not sure how confident I feel, but it is something that should happen. The Federal Reserve should cut interest rates by 50 basis points, 0.5%. Why do I say that? The economy slowed in the first quarter. It rebounded nicely in the second quarter. But when we finally got real jobs numbers, and they've been putting out job numbers that they vastly revised, but when we get final jobs numbers, the economy is not creating nearly as many jobs as it should. And that's a primary focus of the Federal Reserve, to have the economy continue to produce jobs so there's opportunity. The unemployment rate is still relatively low. It has inched up a little bit. And on Friday, tomorrow, we get the August number. It looks to me, and there's a lot of variables here, but it looks to me like the economy added about 75,000 jobs, and I think the unemployment rate is going to tick up a little bit. That should be enough impetus for the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates. They're way behind. They should have cut them in May. They should have cut them again in June. In my view, they definitely should cut them 50 basis points in September, and then I would come back in November and December's meeting and cut them another 25 basis points, so that by next year, the interest rates are a full percentage point lower than they are today, and that will help the economy grow in the future. It'll help people to be able to buy houses. It'll lower business borrowing costs, all good things.
Yeah, the numbers that came out yesterday, the numbers that were announced that you referred to, job openings falling a bit, and that was the July number, second lowest level since the pandemic. And then looking at those hiring patterns, so job postings dropping 7.1 million in July. Now, from the previous July, but usually, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the good news I will say also, usually July is not the best month, right? It's usually in the fall as we uptick. Then it seems like, especially because we're coming to, especially by October 1st, hopefully, everything starts to,
That's true, although there are seasonal adjustment factors. So they do, when they put out the number of jobs opening, they put out the number, and then they, as you point out, they recognize that July is not, and August too, are not the best months for hiring. But coming in the fall, if the Federal Reserve cuts interest rates this month, starting this month, you should start to see the number of jobs openings start to go up a little bit. That's what we're all hoping that happens.
Yeah, amen. Dr. Michael Busler, you always make things so simple, and yet you hear some of these people and they make it so complicated. So we really appreciate you. Best professor ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn.
Stockton University. Until next time, my friend. Dr. Michael Busler, he's the best. He sure is. Yes, some of those numbers coming out. I'm always looking at all these sites, BLS.gov, Bureau of Labor Statistics, those coming out, the schedule of all the releases, and the biggie, the consumer CPI. We talked about that. I think we covered most of it. And then tomorrow we'll look for that, and I'll bring that to you for sure. You know, we talked a lot about the fact that I'm broadcasting from the Piazza Auto Group studios and the Piazza Premium Automobiles.com studios. Maybe you've been thinking about purchasing an electric vehicle. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they want to remind you, and this is significant. It's a $7,500 federal tax credit on new electric vehicles. This tax credit would end September 30th. So we always talk about TikTok. October 1st, we start the new fiscal year, right? So it's $7,500 toward a new, and I want you to dream a little bit. Picture it, BMW i4, or the BMW i5, or the i7. These are beautiful vehicles, a Jaguar I-Pace. an Alfa Romeo Tonale PHEV, or what about a Mercedes-Benz EQE? Just visit your local Piazza Premium dealer before the end of this month and get the EV you've been dreaming of. Browse their extensive vehicle collection at PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
Above average temperatures make a return to the forecast heading into the weekend. It'll be partly sunny today and breezy, high temperature up around 84. For tonight, chance for some showers and a possible thunderstorm, especially early with a low 66. And a humid day on Friday with a mixture of sunshine and clouds. It'll be warmer with a high 87.
Experience the ultimate in luxury driving at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. Get attractive pricing on select vehicles including the C-Class, GLE, GLS, and more. Live out your Mercedes-Benz dreams today.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Unlock the door to home ownership with American Heritage Credit Union. Through the comprehensive MyCU Home Connection program, receive exclusive benefits like a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discounts when you buy or sell a home. Take advantage of some of the lowest rates in the region. Your home, your next step, your American Heritage. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to get started. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838. Equal housing opportunity.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Now until September 30th, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Florida International. Coverage starts at 11:30 a.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, yeah, cocaine, methamphetamine.
Where are we going with this segment?
Last night with my son, for Michael, for one of his Penn State, criminal justice classes, he had to watch this movie, Beautiful Boy.
Uh-huh.
It is so
Never
depressing.
heard of it.
Oh, my God. It's so well done.
Is it?
It's with Timothy Chalamet, who played Dylan.
Okay.
And Steve Carell.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of people.
Amy Ryan's in it.
A lot of big names.
From The Wire. Yeah.
Really well, yeah. A lot of names. Bubbles.
Bubbles is in it?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's the
like a Wire reunion almost.
I know, it is a Wire reunion.
I love that.
So it's
Andre Royo. I see that, yeah.
It's so good. It's really sad, but it's all about, the opioid crisis, methamphetamine, fentanyl, whatever. And we think about how many people we're losing to this crisis. And then there's one Donald J. Trump, who I don't even think you can call it the war on drugs, because this is not that. This is not a war on drugs. It's just like poof and you're gone on drugs. So we talked yesterday about how they just literally blew up that boat that they determined. President Trump talked about it. They blew up that boat, looked like a cigar boat with 11 guys.
On the boat had massive amounts of drugs. We have tapes of them speaking. It was massive amounts of drugs coming into our country to kill a lot of people. And everybody fully understands that. In fact, you see it. You see the bags of drugs all over the boat. And they were hit. Obviously, they won't be doing it again. And I think a lot of other people won't be doing it again when they watch that tape. They're going to say, let's not do this.
Poof. And poof, you are gone. Not a war, just evaporate.
YouTube.com/@12WPHT to see the footage that you're speaking of.
It's unbelievable. You see this boat cruising along, 11 people on there, all the bags of drugs. And obviously this is with all of our technology, and just they take it out. It's like a white flash. But this is the United States of America carrying out this lethal maritime strike, they're calling it, Southern Caribbean or Caribbean, however you say it, but demolishing the speedboat. Officials say departed Venezuela carrying illegal narcotics, killing 11 of these, they say, Tren de Aragua gang members and drug dealers. President Trump, you heard him confirm it on this operation and saying no more, zero tolerance. And this is unprecedented. You know that, right? And as well, then putting out the word against Nicolas Maduro. And so this is, they've had it with the drug trafficking. It's a killer in the country. It's the leading cause of death. These types of drugs, leading cause of death among Americans ages, 18, young Americans, teenagers through the age of 45. Brings us to Judge Jeanine, as we love to call her, in this fabulous red suit, if you're watching her, because she really gave us a nice little demonstration inside this warehouse as, I have to say Judge Jeanine Shapiro, but Jeanine Shapiro speaking out about this as she's announcing the seizure of more than 700,000 pounds of these chemicals used to make methamphetamine. And they were from China, and this at a Mexican cartel warehouse. Here she is.
Hi, everyone. I'm Judge Jeanine, and I am in Houston, Texas. And I am surrounded by 1,300 barrels of precursors that are being used to make methamphetamines. These precursors were seized as a result of work by my office in Washington, D.C., along with Homeland Security and Customs and Border Patrol. These 1,300 barrels were shipped from Shanghai, China to Mexico. We intercepted these precursors on the high seas, and now the Sinaloa cartel will not be able to use them to make methamphetamines. And the bottom line is this. Whenever there is an effort on the part of foreign terrorist organizations to create drugs that are killing Americans, we will seize them, whether it's on the high seas or whether it's in the country or a foreign country. And by the way, it's going to take 24 18-wheelers to take all of these containers and put them in a secure storage facility. And that's what we're doing in D.C., but we're doing it in Houston today. And you never know where we're going to be.
You never
tomorrow.
know. That's the tagline. You never know. Well, we're going to show. So, zero tolerance for drugs. These chemicals would have been used to make more than 400,000 pounds of methamphetamine, with a street value estimated in Houston there of $569 million. That's according to the latest on this one as they were announcing this. And by the way, I mean, so number one, this is a major and significant historic escalation of United States action after President Trump signed another executive order authorizing military-level action against the drug cartels. That brings us to Secretary of State. Yeah. Secretary, he's not messing around.
I don't know if you heard, but there was a new announcement. Breaking news, Dawn. New announced Pirates of the Caribbean 6. New age. Going to be focusing on the war against the drug pirates in the Caribbean going on right now. I'm kidding. It's not actually.
Oh, I thought you had a little video.
No.
Like Marco Rubio or something. So Secretary of State Marco Rubio, he was in Mexico for this meeting with President Claudio Dr. Sheinbaum there yesterday, vowing the U.S. will ramp up these strikes on the cartel, assuring Mexico of respect. We have respect for your sovereignty.
For many, many years, established intelligence that allow us to interdict and stop drug boats. And we did that. And it doesn't work. Interdiction doesn't work because these drug cartels, what they do is they know they're going to lose, 2% of their cargo. They bake it into their economics. What will stop them is when you blow them up, when you get rid of them. The President of the United States is going to wage war on narco-terrorist organizations. This one was operating in international waters, headed towards the United States to flood our country with poison. And under President Trump, those days are over.
See,
and it wasn't a one-off.
He uses the word interdiction, but the tagline on this one, we're going to blow you up. I mean, seriously, these are people that are super violent people, but they understand no matter what language you speak, when somebody says, we're going to blow you up, the U.S. government's going to blow you up, they understand that, right? They get it. So that's, I think President Trump and the team there have lost patience with these narcotics just killing our American people. Like I say, in young people, number one cause of death, not acceptable. So we'll have some fun with Dan, or your, now I forgot the name of the little things, but there's a major recall, and I love it. Yeah, Labubu. Are your Labubus real?
No.
So you got to be careful if you ask, a lady that, because she might think you're talking about something else. I don't know. Are your Labubus real? But we'll talk about the
Labubus.
Labubus. Yeah, where'd you get those? We'll talk about the real and fake Labubus on the other side, along with other things. But we got to talk about the real thing, thanks to Kitchen Magic, because they believe in hard work, and hard work should be rewarded. And this month, Kitchen Magic is rewarding you big time. Family-owned company, proudly American-made, tariff-proof, and Kitchen Magic building a reputation for delivering high-quality kitchen and bath remodels for more than 45 years. So for the entire month of September, you enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and bathroom project. It is the perfect time to bring your dream remodel to life with trusted craftsmanship as well as unbeatable savings. What are you waiting for? Call Kitchen Magic. You can visit them. kitchenmagic.com today. 40% off installation. kitchenmagic.com today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano, and it's time for the Rescue Natural Supplements Labor Day sale, the ultimate celebration of savings and well-being. Right now, all Rescue supplements are slashed up to 75% off. Enjoy free shipping, too. So whether you're searching for immune support, joint care, heart health, or a youthful glow, Rescue has health essentials for everyone. Take a break. Celebrate your workplace achievements with savings on a probiotic, omega-3s, multivitamins, and a lot more. Just call today, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or you can shop online, res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Celebrate Labor Day with 25 to 75% off. Again, all Rescue products are slashed up to 75% off site-wide. No codes needed. Just call or go to res-q.com to get this Labor Day deal today.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at NordVPN.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on NordVPN.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Are your Labubus real? The CBP sees these fake Labubu. They're little dolls. They're like fluffy dolls with a face. $500,000 worth. Everything's counterfeit nowadays. So, but they're saying that the fake Labubus, they have LED light bulbs. Are there LED light bulbs in your Labubus? We could have fun with this. But anyway, U.S. Customs and Border Protection putting the fake version. They're worth, they sell as if they're real. They're from South Korea. But the problem is they might not be as safe as well. So make sure your Labubus with their lights on
You're
are
a big
real.
collector? I didn't realize that.
No, I'm not. I am a collector of cereal boxes.
Oh, yeah?
I will be buying the new Jalen Hurts on the cover Wheaties box. He's the latest. They just announced it. Wheaties announcing its new legendary orange box will feature Philadelphia QB and champion Jalen Hurts, saying Jalen is the true embodiment of a Wheaties champion. So I seriously do. I have like 20 years. I've collected them I think since I was a kid. The cereal boxes. They're very valuable. So this will be valuable. So it will go into my collection.
Look at that.
We got that.
Yeah, next to your Labubu.
Next to my Labubu, which is real.
Dom Giordano actually has a whole display case of Labubus.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Little known fact.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Dawn, we'll talk about RFK Jr.'s stunning hearing, including Pfizer, this play by Pfizer, and that's what it is. Trump deserves the Nobel Prize for the vaccine, but RFK Jr. said yes, and Ray Diddinger breaks down the Eagles today.
I love it. Go Eagles. I'm wearing my green. Dom Giordano show is right now.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Now until September 30th, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Okay, it is Dom time. What a jam-packed morning it's been watching RFK Jr. A lot of stuff I agree with what he said. We'll play it to you. You may have been busy doing other things. It was quite explosive, including right out of the box on chronic disease and things of that nature. But he did say, in answer to questions from Senator Cassidy, who is a doctor, that yes, President Trump deserves a Nobel Prize for the vaccine. Man, I'm in agreement with that. I think it was a remarkable thing, despite all the cover-ups and all the difficulties with it, young men, myocarditis, that sort of thing. I still am in agreement with that. Are you able to acknowledge that, or is that heresy? I don't know of any other president that would have gotten that done quite like Trump, to be that relentless. And I think RFK was acknowledging. Now, Pfizer, I get it. Pfizer might be the worst of the companies we're dealing with here as far as the things that went on during COVID and maybe continue to go on. So it is a play on their part to try to guss up Trump with the vaccine in order that they get out of the line of fire. I get that. So we have the Pfizer CEO floating the idea today that Trump deserves a Nobel Peace Prize for the vaccine during the midst of COVID. All right. Now, there was a lot on chronic disease. There was a lot with the Colorado senator. All right. If we have, here's a little bit of it right out of the box. This will be cut 23. Here is RFK Jr. to Senator Wyden, who chairs this committee, or at least is the minority chair. And this was the strongest point for Kennedy. Why in the world were you able to sit here and not do something out of the box to deal with chronic disease, which is epidemic? I thought this was Kennedy's strongest moments. Cut 23.
I don't see any evidence that you have any regrets about anything you've done or plans to change it. And my last comment is, I hope that you will tell the American people how many preventable child deaths are an acceptable sacrifice for enacting an agenda that I think is fundamentally cruel and defies common sense. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do I get a reply? Or, Senator, you've sat in that chair for how long? 20, 25 years, while the chronic disease in our children went up to 76%. And you said nothing. You never asked the question why it's happening. Why is this happening? Today, for the first time in 20 years, we learned that infant mortality has increased in our country. It's not because I came in here. It's because of what happened during the Biden administration that we're going to end.
All right. So that is a strong calling card. Why has infant mortality gone up is an interesting question. I don't blame the government as much as people making bad decisions. But there was a lot of back and forth that I don't think is the headline here about, is he denying people vaccines by making it more difficult with COVID vaccines? That was part that went on for quite a bit, but I don't think that was the core of it. The core of it is, are these people like Bennett, the senator from Colorado, are they captive of the pharma industry? And they're going to go down this path despite there was little or no admission of things that were vaccine-related injuries, and there have to be. But I'm still on the side that says we should praise President Trump, not ignore this. Kennedy agreed with me, and I'm asking you, do you? Or does that give you agita? Is that too difficult of a question for getting the vaccine out there, despite all the flaws, despite the stuff with masks, despite the CDC in cahoots with the teacher? We haven't had a reckoning on COVID, true. But do we go forward with everything and mistrust because of COVID? All right. Is Kennedy the one that's on the truth? Now, when it comes out, and he is going to say autism coming from vaccine, I believe, we're going to have to do a deep dive on that and really see the evidence and where it goes. Who's the gold standard? He made the point that a lot of people at the CDC were fired because the Biden people fired people constantly if they went against the orthodoxy. You know, all the tough stuff we were being told during COVID that was repressive, that didn't allow for choice, et cetera. So here's a little bit, I believe 24, Henry, right? Yeah, I think 24. Here's the opening remarks. So, and this was strong for Kennedy too, in which he listed off the things that he's trying to do. And these were all, I'm on board with all of these, not so much some of the other remarks. Cut 24.
Ending gain-of-function research, child mutilation, and reducing animal testing. We are addressing cell phone use in schools, excessive screen time for youth, the lack of nutrition education in our medical schools, sickle cell anemia, hepatitis C, the East Palestine chemical spill, and many, many others. At FDA, we are now on track to approve more drugs this year than at any time in history. I'm also proud to say that HHS under President Trump is doing more with less. We have taken measures to fight waste, fraud, and abuse. Just by eliminating duplicative enrollments in CMS, we are saving taxpayers $14 billion a year. Meanwhile, we are expanding access for people who need it. We are ending racist diversity, equity, and inclusion practices and instead focusing on aiding low-income and vulnerable families, regardless of their race, which was the original intent of Title X. We're also pouring $1 billion into Head Start and the Administration for Children and Families. Compassion need not be the casualty of efficiency. I'd like to highlight some issues that have not gotten media attention. First, we are doing our part to fulfill the president's commitment to stop human trafficking, especially of children.
Okay, Henry, that was that was a strong moment for Kennedy, also listing some of the things there that people have wanted done. Here's maybe the strongest moment. The room did get kind of silent. This will be 25. When Kennedy talked about the fact of the staggering chronic disease numbers. Now, I'm not going to be one of those guys. Too much of this make America healthy again, people. Just want to blame everybody else. That's my stance on it. But there is an argument, and he was making it very well today, that the food supply is a large part of the chronic disease part. That doesn't absolve people, though, to just not exercise, to eat whatever they want, and then make excuses. It's called parenting, too. All right, so here's what he said, though, that got the room quiet about the chronic disease numbers.
This morning, I got the latest numbers from CDC that 76.4% of Americans now have a chronic disease. This is stunning. When my uncle was president, it was 11%. 1950, it was 3%. Today, it's 76.4%. 8 out of 10 of our kids cannot qualify for military service. This is a national security issue. When my uncle was president, we spent $0 on chronic disease. Today, we spend $1.3 trillion. It's the biggest cause. It's increasing. And all of the arguments that Republicans and Democrats have about single-payer, Obamacare, or with the various ways to allocate the health dollars, they're all like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic.
Great point.
If we don't end this chronic disease, we are the sickest country in the world. That's why we have to fire people at CDC. They did not do their job. This was their job to keep us healthy.
Thank you,
and I need to fire some of those people to make sure this doesn't happen again.
All right, so here's going to be my stance on this whole thing with RFK up and down the line. I've said many times, as substantial, as significant as we haven't seen anything like it that Trump is, this guy is very close to legacy, to shaking things up in an area that is deeply important. He's it. Not the vice president, not the secretary of defense. It's him. On some things, I played you some of the things that are spot on. The last one, these statistics. But that doesn't mean on some things he doesn't have a bias. He's not a crank. He's not a bit of a crackpot. I've interviewed him 8 or 10 times over the years. And I'm wondering your estimation of Kennedy. You know, this blanket idea that he's either just going to kill people or the other side, that's it, we need to shake everything up. Don't take any of those vaccines. That's ridiculous. Are people now not going to vaccinate their kids? I don't think so. But the stuff he said on chronic disease, the stuff he said to some of these senators today, particularly those that get millions and millions from Big Pharma, were spot on. It was a really good moment to think about the stuff that's really important. And that's rare in these hearings. I mean, he is a excellent witness. Sparring with him, you can feel the juices flowing. You have to go back and forth with him. All right, let me give you the side question. So tonight, Dallas Cowboys, we got the great Ray Diddinger, nobody better in the country. He'll be on the show, of course. But Terrell Owens was at WIP event yesterday with Hugh Douglas, the two of whom both said they engaged in a huge fist fight way back when. Definite anti-hero. You know, from what I hear, people are still mesmerized by Terrell Owens, his talent, his size, the workout. Remember, he did in his driveway in Morristown, right? There's a lot to see. Hall of Fame, definitely.
Still play today.
Yeah, I think he could. I don't know exactly why.
If he could only run straight downfield, that's the only thing he could do. I don't know about the cuts or anything.
Yeah, I don't know either. But yeah, he is a present. So we're looking for the all-time anti-hero. Now, Rose strangely likes Dexter. I've never seen Dexter. I just know the premise that he's a killer that kills the bad guys. Wow, who determines they're the bad guys? He does, you know. Henry Winker, of all people, Barry. It's a similar sort of thing. That's an anti-hero. I'm going to say that Donald Duck, I thought about this one, is an anti-hero.
Donald Duck.
You gotta
expound on that.
You got to love Donald Duck, even though Donald Duck does a lot of stuff that's pretty annoying, don't you think?
But how does that make him an anti-hero?
Well, because he's doing stuff that's not heroic.
He's not,
he's a good guy, but there's a mixture there with Donald Duck. He's a kind of a charismatic character.
Okay, I can kind of get what you're saying.
Yeah, oh yeah. How about yours?
Oh, I mean, I got to take off the easy one. I thought you were going to take it for sure. Omar Little from The Wire.
Oh.
He never points.
You know what? I forgot about that.
I was for sure you were going to say that.
He is the ultimate because he's even closer to a hero. And the way The Wire handled his death. Oh, should we put that in? He was killed in a candy store or whatever.
I mean, yeah.
There was a little
20
fire.
years ago. Yeah.
Let's put the fire in.
Yeah.
That was such a brilliant. That's how it ends.
Yeah, I mean, it's a guy who ripped and ran drug dealers all over Baltimore.
Yeah.
But his only rules were that he didn't involve civilians. He never hurt a civilian, never put a finger on a civilian. That's a guy who's a true anti-hero. He's doing it for, to rip off the bad guys.
Yeah, Robin Hood of a sense.
And then I'll do another one here. How about from the Harry Potter series? Because I kind of brought him up yesterday or the day before. Severus Snape. Portrayed as the villain throughout the movies, and it is only revealed in the end that he was protecting Harry all along from the dark forces that came away, and even sacrificed his own life to make sure that Harry lived. So,
all right. I thought you were going to say, because I saw him at the top of all this, but I took him off myself. Tony Soprano. I don't see anti-hero.
I had the music playing underneath.
I know. There's enough so bad that you can't. You just
the whole
can't
show.
You just can't bring yourself to the end. He doesn't quite, but every list I saw has Tony Soprano.
Oh, yeah.
All right, it could be a real person. It could be a person that you see the good and it's outweighed the back and forth. Oh, man. Kennedy now, the American Heart Association has been corrupted. Oh, boy, here we go. That's one of the golden standards. Oh, yeah, we'll have to he's duking it out with Bernie Sanders. All right, so we played just some of the highlights. Your view, the anti-hero in honor of, sort of, Terrell Owens. And I got a few on Twitter. I have to go to an event that says cocktail wear. I think I have cocktail wear, but I'm not sure. Yeah. Would white shoes be cocktail wear? No, just kidding. I don't have the white shoes. Stop it already with that.
Past Labor Day.
Yes, it's heavy hors d'oeuvres. What are heavy hors d'oeuvres today? Do you have to carry them? They're heavy.
It's something I feel like you eat with one hand, but you have a napkin right underneath, like, almost scooping it in. It's heavy hors d'oeuvre.
What would be a heavy hors d'oeuvre then? I thought you have to have a knife and fork as you're standing there.
No, I think of it as maybe kind of want to say like a tomato pie, like almost like a red pie of sorts.
Okay, that would be a heavy hors d'oeuvre.
Yeah. Maybe a thinner, not a thinner slice, but like a smaller slice, not as full slice.
Yeah, I thought it meant it would be complicated to eat. That's why it's heavy.
Maybe a bacon-wrapped scallop or something.
Okay. All right. No oysters. I don't know what category.
Maybe an oyster, big oysters.
All right. So hit us with that at 855-839-1210. Get in early. Remember, there's a log jam at the end, and, we can only squeeze so many in. We're watching, at least I'm in contact with George Paquetta. The media has it wrong. They're saying FanDuel jumped in, hurrah, and all. Good for FanDuel. I mean, they did a good turn here. $80,000, I think it is. 40 there, 40 home. But who is it that forced SEPTA to not be able to punish people tonight? These miserables at SEPTA and the Democrats in Harrisburg and their little minions. Who did it? George Paquetta did it. He's the one. And he's out there today to put penalties on them because they violated a court order. Well, I'm going to ask him if he comes on today, how do you penalize them? The taxpayers end up paying it. How does that work? He's the guy, though. Good on FanDuel for rescuing the fans from the pain tonight. He made them cry uncle yesterday. Is this a turning point? Is this organization going to be stopped? And by that, I mean the corrupt Progressive Democrat Party in Harrisburg. They're miserable. Phone lines are 855-839-1210.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Today's 410 Phillies Brewers game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT today.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9 to 5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturday evenings at 5 and Sunday mornings at 9, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Packaging doesn't mask symptoms. It neutralizes allergens. Whisker Block, our patent-pending technology, binds the allergens so your immune system doesn't overreact. Many users feel relief in days, with meaningful improvement about a week in when used consistently. Recommended by doctors and experts, and designed to be safe for pets and humans of all ages. Order Packaging.com. Again, Packaging.com. Packaging.com. Pacagen.com. Protection from allergens, not guesswork.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Get in on the side question. Anti-hero in honor of Terrell Owens. Boy, what an event yesterday, hearing him there with Hugh Douglas for the big game tonight. Hit us with that early on. RFK Jr., I gave a lot of upside. Now, here's a good exchange. This guy, Bennett from Colorado, is a particular viper. On the Democrat side, my favorite viper is one of the worst. Jamie Raskin got into it yesterday in the Van Drew committee about freedom of speech, which he wants to suppress. But here's Senator Bennett with RFK Jr., and Bennett apparently is one of the biggest that receives a lot of money from Big Pharma. And here's how it went.
I think it's critical for you to share the evidence that this panel will rely on. Will you give the American people 6 months or 6 weeks in advance the record that they're going to rely on to make these decisions? Will you make it transparent for the American people?
All the evidence is transparent.
Will you make it in advance transparent for the American people so they can comment on it?
All the evidence is transparent for the first time in history, and you were never there complaining when the pharmaceutical companies were picking those people and then running their products through with no safety testing.
You can characterize it any way you want. I quoted them today. What I said was accurate. What you said were lies. You described people moving the Titanic. Senator,
are you saying that the mRNA vaccine has never been associated with myocarditis or pericarditis in teenagers? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
I am simply trying to say that the people that you have put on that panel, after firing the entire...
You're evading the question.
No, I'm asking the question, Chairman.
You're evading that question.
I'm asking the question.
You're out of order. You're out of order.
I'm asking the questions for Mr. Kennedy on behalf of parents and schools and teachers all over the United States of America who deserve so much better than your leadership. That's what this conversation is about, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, they deserve the truth, and that's what we're going to give them for the first time in the history of that agency.
All right. So you can tell this was big time stuff. We're waiting to get the cuts from Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. This was a heavy duty group here with RFK Jr. All right. Our buddy is back, still refusing to come on the show despite Henry's best efforts. That's the woman who does kind of the Philadelphia beat for the Philadelphia Inquirer. So you may remember a couple weeks ago, it seems like, she went after Rocky. Why would she go after Rocky? Well, she's out of town. She's an elitist. She's a highbrow. We have too many Rockies. You got the Rocky at the top steps. Why is that up there? Maybe because people like it. Maybe because it's an attraction. You got the Rocky at the bottom steps. Now you want to put a Rocky greeting people coming into the airport. So she writes a column yesterday off the backs of what about 60 readers voted on and sent her at the Inquirer about what they say should happen. Oh, and look at this. They don't want Rocky there. And then about 5 printed pages in, we start to see the reason why. Always like Sylvester Stallone, always like Rocky. Trump. But he's with Trump. We can't have that here. How in the world are we going to continue to prop up? I'm telling you, when Sylvester Stallone comes back, I think it's in December, when he does it every year, the Rocky run and all that stuff, it is going to be difficult. These people are miserable. This gives people joy, running up those steps, the whole thing. I've interviewed people on it. It's a big attraction at the bottom. Why would they care? Well, it's overdue. You know, it should have been gone months ago at the top of the steps. The Inquirer reporter actually says you don't see the Art Institute of Chicago creating a statue of Ferris Bueller. Wait a minute, lady. I just saw it the other day. Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Danke Shane, Danke Shane. I love that film. It's better than
you say it was your first time?
Oh, no, I saw it. It's at least the 12th, maybe 12 to 18. It's a little hard to tell. Okay. Anyhow.
Yeah.
That's one film. He's great in it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know that. I don't know. At times in the beginning, I thought it was maybe Detroit or something. I know it's Chicago now. This is a series. This is something magical that people love what he tapped into because he's from the area. He went to the Devereaux School. He went to Lincoln, not in a trailer, I might add. I wonder if I could get him to come down and shadow box at the trailers to make a point. But Ferris Bueller, and she says in the Metropolitan Museum of Art doesn't have a sculpture of Thomas Crown at the front door. What the heck? How much hatred do you have to have for Trump and now Stallone? And for people who love the Rocky narrative and what he stands for and the things that Stallone has done around it. What is wrong with these people? They're sick. And some of the people that write in, one guy said, "Are you from Philadelphia? You sound like a lib from New England. Why don't you leave the statue alone and keep your liberal ideology to yourself? The Rocky movie was truly an inspiration." One Stallone fan, Cosmo Di Nicola, a Port Richmond native now living in Bryn Mawr. Well, there's a tell. Was happy to put his name behind his words. A couple of folks like Ralph Fishkind of Ballackinwood. I'm not with you on the statue because it's about Rocky, not Stallone. That's why it's here. Stallone is a bum. Rocky is a Philly aspirational hero. I say this as a Democrat who'll never vote for a Republican. But we have to think in complex gray gradations here. And then other readers went after the fact that Trump was involved in this in the end. So is it that we have too many Rockies, that Rocky is lowbrow, that we're tired of Rocky? So I thought tonight, and Henry, I have my favorite, look, I know it's production elements, big game tonight, opener, but you got to do better. They probably have 200 to 300 to 500 people working on producing tonight's telecast. Can you come up with something other than cheesesteaks? Can you just do it for once?
I would like to see other foods highlighted because we've done a side question, like, local, regional foods.
B-roll footage of Kensington.
Well, yes, that's...
It's like the Boathouse Row.
Boathouse Row goes to a trash fire.
They could throw in a little talk radio talking about this. I think I'm in The Fan, by the way. People have told me that over the course of time, that movie or play, whatever it is. Yeah, because they play a tape, and it certainly sounds like me.
Oh.
Yeah, but...
Did you get royalties?
No. You know what? Michael Harrison, get on that right now. The bottom line is, though, you're going to see cheesesteak after cheesesteak. And the art museum looks great. I would show that. But what would you show that might be just a hair different? How about the naked bicycle ride? Footage of that. All the beauties that are there.
Over TV?
Yeah.
You know it already happened, right?
What?
The naked bicycle.
Oh, I know it did. Yeah,
okay, cool.
Yeah. I'm saying they would.
Went very unreported this year.
Yeah, I would have footage of it in advance.
Blurred or non-blurred?
Oh, non-blurred. Yeah. But
should do that on network television.
But it is so. Why is it so limited? Is it that difficult to get just a little bit more of Philadelphia? If that's what the thing to do. What I would show tonight. There were Eagles fans. I'm looking at it on Twitter at about 2 minutes after 9 p.m. last night, that were trying to get into tailgate already.
Yeah.
That's what I would show. I would show a little bit of that type of color. Is that hard to do?
Yeah. And even food-wise, show a roast pork sandwich.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, show a tomato pie. Show something else.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You can do all that. You could have Sherelle Parker spelling out Eagles. When she did it, misspelled the whole thing. There you go. She's okay with it, I think.
E-L-E-S-E-S, Eagles!
All right. Let's see a little bit of that, right? Yeah, Henry, I'm okay with the pork sandwich, too. Yeah, you can do that. Knock it off, too. You should be banned from sports broadcasting if you just say, we threw snowballs at Santa.
Agreed.
Oh, my God. You got to tell them what the Santa was, what the conditions were, and the whole thing.
They don't care, though. I've had this argument with my friends, and I think they just do it to make me mad.
Yeah,
where I have to explain the whole thing. It's like, no, he's just some drunk guy in a Santa costume.
That's right. He was a skinny guy with a burlap sack on or something they threw out there with, they weren't reindeer. I don't even know what they were. So you do a little bit of work, a little bit of background here. Don't be that lazy. I mean, this is a big production. You go all week for it. Let's see if they come up with anything unusual. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. The great Dawn Fantasia is next. Got a lot to say because New Jersey, under Murphy. By the way, I got a poll up, and Henry, you can vote too. I think this is I did it intentionally to draw people out. I just asked, whose is a worse governor, Governor Newsom or Murphy? To me, it's clear, Murphy. Newsom, I get it. You hate him. He's the national figure and all that. Come on. How could Murphy not be worse? We see him every day. Then there's the hair. Then there's the teeth.
Yeah,
you go Newsom?
Newsom is just what Murphy aspires to be.
So, there you go.
Yeah,
that's
by
right.
default.
That's
Murphy's
beautiful.
worse.
Yes. Yeah, get a toupee, get a Newsom model. Do that if you want. At least he's clever a bit on Twitter. Murphy, no way. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll also talk with Dawn. I have the numbers. Got a lot of emails yesterday when we're talking about SNAP and state by state. How many errors do they make in dispensing SNAP monies? The reason was Valerie Arcouche wanted the country to know she doesn't make an 11% in Harrisburg mistake. It's only 10.76. You can't write the headline. I have the number for Jersey. You think they're worse in Pennsylvania? Probably. What state is the worst? All right, think of the wilderness. That is the worst. They're at 20% mistake in overpayments. All right, 855-839-1210.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Bet 5. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Weather sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
Above average temperatures make a return to the forecast heading into the weekend. It'll be partly sunny today and breezy, high temperature up around 84. For tonight, chance for some showers and a possible thunderstorm, especially early with a low 66. And a humid day on Friday with a mixture of sunshine and clouds. It'll be warmer with a high 87.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, big issues, big guests. One of our favorites, it's been a while, but the governor's race heating up. And what's going on in Jersey is the canary in the coal mine. They're going after homeschoolers, the state government, and wanting them to prove they're teaching the right amount of stuff and the right view on climate, DEI, gender identity, among other things. Joining us to talk about it, and this poll that's out now, the most recent poll, has it pretty much a dead heat. They have a lot of undecided, but they have Mikey Sherrill, at least on paper, a point ahead. All right, and that's possible. Or he could be a point ahead. I've been saying all along this is going to be a very close race, and I think already is a pretty close race. Let's go to Assemblywoman in Jersey, Dawn Fantasia. Hey, Dawn, welcome in.
Hey, Dom, how are you?
Very well. So, Dawn, let's talk about the poll first. That's a little bit broader now. We've started to see the bogus poll, the Fairleigh Dickinson that was over 20 points. Suddenly, that went down by 13 points in 1 month. which I'm not believing either one of those polls. I just thought this is like she may be ahead. It's a blue state after all by 3 or 4 points on paper prior to Labor Day. That might be reasonable. What do you make of the new poll?
Well, I like the looks of the new poll. I think many of us in the state like the looks of the new poll. And when I dove into the data, I know Matt Rooney from Save Jersey, he had put it out and a link to be able to dive in and see what those numbers really look like and what the groupings were. It looks incredibly promising to have Mikey Sherrill at 37%, Jack Ciattarelli at 36%, margin of error plus or minus 3. That is much more accurate as we just complete the Labor Day, holiday, and we really move into where we're really trucking along towards the election. And it definitely is a much better reflection of what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing on the ground, what we're seeing published. It's much, much more accurate. I think that pollsters really need to tread lightly because of the slew of embarrassments. I mean, the hits just kept coming, whether it be the presidential election, the last gubernatorial race with Jack Ciattarelli and Governor Phil Murphy. I mean, how appalling was that flawed data? So I think we're going to start to see much more realistic polling, and it really energizes the Republicans to really move and continue to get the message out. Jack has done a tremendous job this summer. I mean, he has anywhere from, 10 to 15 appearances ping-ponging around the state every day, and he doesn't just put himself, in safe, red, comfy areas like we see Mikey doing. He's definitely, putting himself in the very citified, blue strongholds, and he's not afraid to go there, and his message is very well received. So I love this. I love this poll.
Let's talk about the homeschooling thing now. I know John Berzicelli back in another life when I thought he was reasonable. I guess he's the architect of this, and I guess he dropped it in June. What's propelling them suddenly to go after homeschoolers?
Oh, you know who you're forgetting here, Dom? You're forgetting my friend Sterling Stanley of the Bear fame. He is the assembly side of dropping this good time. And it's absolutely insane. Parts of this whole push is the Democrats want to force parents to follow the very same state curriculum standards that they left behind. And they want parents to complete portfolios of their child's work and submit them to the state, to God knows where, the Department of Ed. It goes into the bureaucratic abyss for approval. And then to top that off, they then want to send someone to your home for a, quote, wellness check, where school officials will sit down and interrogate you and your child inside your home. So again, we see a trend. Parents are made the villain. The Democrats feel that they should be eyed with distrust and suspicion. And this is how Trenton sets the rule. They're not putting safeguards in for the exception to the rule. Here they are trying to shove themselves in. But there's a silver lining here because the U.S. Supreme Court has already made this clear. You ready for this? 100 years ago.
Wow.
In 1925. The Supreme Court decided that parents guide the curriculum that their children learn, and it cannot be a one-size-fits-all. And then in the 70s, there was another case that reaffirmed that. So once again, New Jersey is barking up the wrong tree. Here's these people sticking their nose in where it does not belong for a flourishing system. We used to have 60,000 homeschoolers. Now projections are roughly around 80,000 children are homeschooled. So here you have them trying to insert themselves, doing something unconstitutional. It's going to end up in court again and waste taxpayer dollars. It's so embarrassing.
Where I hope it ends up, though, is in the governor's race. Now, she's a little bit more careful than a blowhard like Terry McAuliffe was when he said, no, we're the experts in schools. And Glenn Youngkin was able to win relatively easily in what is at least a purple or blue state. So if this makes its way into the governor's race, the Lakewoods of the world and those other places, I think it could have some impact because it's not about homeschoolers. It's about parental rights. That's what it comes down to.
Absolutely. We can't just keep this trajectory of fighting one bad policy at a time, right?
Right.
So it seems that brick by brick, the Democrats keep trying to build a wall between schools and families. We saw it when You can't notify parents if a child is experiencing gender confusion. We saw it when a child is seeking to terminate a pregnancy. Now we even saw it in the last session that we were just in the spring. We saw that officials cannot contact parents if the child wants to contact the suicide hotline, if they're, experiencing severe challenges.
Wait a minute, Dawn. Is that written down, or is that just school by school? You can't contact the parent if the kid wants suicide.
That is law.
Wow.
That is law. Yes, it passed through. So here we are having this scenario. And allow me to backtrack for just a sec. I'm not 100% positive the governor signed it, but it did pass through the assembly.
Okay.
And I was opposed to it, and nearly every, if not all, Republican was opposed to it. So here we are, constantly stonewalling parents, putting up the walls between, and I say we loosely because it's certainly not us on our side of the aisle, yet now here we have a situation where they want to force themselves in, and how arrogant, the arrogance of saying we know better. So we're going to hide this information from you, but we're going to intrude into your home, and we're going to infiltrate into what you're teaching. I mean, you cannot make this up, and I hope this becomes an issue because Mikey Sherrill has a nasty habit of dodging these really, really important questions that matter to New Jersey families and really cross over party lines. And I want to hear her on record and what her stance is on these reindeer games.
Dawn, yesterday we had a lot of fun and something serious here in Pennsylvania. Valerie Arkush, sorry that you had to hear that's our, used to be a commissioner in Montgomery County, and she's right out of the Progressive book. She's the head of the biggest agency in state government now that controls things like SNAP dispersion. So she was complaining because Republicans said you have an 11% rate of error in giving these out, usually overpayments. And she said, no, it's only 10.76. So I looked it up. New Jersey right now is at 14.33. You and I tried doing this in our daily lives of error in dispersing SNAP. Of course, the District of Columbia is at 17.38. Alaska is at 24.66. My God.
Absolutely outrageous. I talked about this in the spring as well, and I can do you one better. So of that 14.33% of payment error, 12.11% is overpayments. Right. But do you know what it was in fiscal year 2023?
No.
The error rate in New Jersey was 35.7%.
Oh, my
33% overpayment. You can't make it up. So now they're claiming, that was clerical errors or paperwork. Yeah. Who are we hiring? Who are we hiring that is making 1/3 of all claims are made in error last year? So now we're supposed to pat ourselves on the back that we're only paying. And these are the same people that introduce a resolution calling it unconscionable to require proof of eligibility for SNAP, right? They expect able-bodied, non-elderly, non-disabled to work or do job training for 20 hours a week. They call that unconscionable, but not overpaying unconscionable.
Stunning. I knew Jersey would top us, but we have the woman holding up the banner and saying it's only 10.76%. So, Dawn, now moving forward, we're into the serious stuff here, and this poll's indicative of it. Mikey Sherrill, Jack was on the show the other day, said we'll only agree to two debates, which are by law. Where do you see, the next September into October till we get into the home stretch? Are they still going to be talking? Well, I see the thing on the horizon. If Congress does vote, and they might, it'll be in the news a lot on the stock exchanges and how she and her husband are $7 million richer since she's gone to Congress.
It's a slap in the face. I mean, it's shades of Pelosi, right? Yeah. So not only did she vote lockstep with Nancy Pelosi, nearly 100% of her votes match. That's when she actually shows up because the latest data that I've read is she's missed about 59% of votes in this term as she's diddy-bopping around the state of New Jersey, trying to get a better understanding of New Jersey because clearly she has very limited knowledge of the state. But what I would like to see as we move forward is a light to be directly shined at that, but also the utility costs.
Right.
They
Sure.
cannot pretend that they are going to solve it. And whoever her social media team is, they're not from New Jersey either, obviously. They've had some serious gaffes. But what I'm also seeing is it is falling very flat, the message that she is going to come in and by executive order somehow freeze utility costs, which isn't real. That's nonsense. Even Governor Murphy called BS on that, and that was pretty bold on his part, but he rightfully called that nonsense. Now, the other news that really shocked me is she cozied up to Ras Baraka yesterday, right? And to me, look, Ras Baraka is Ras Baraka. He's an unapologetic, unabashed progressive. Nobody has to ask any questions about that. But a question for Mikey Sherrill is, does she support Baraka's job-killing tax hikes, right? And he also is a huge fan of that pilot program with the universal income where we're handing out $500 checks to people with no strings attached. Again, how does this help working families in New Jersey who are already spread thin, who are paying in 2023 overpayments of SNAP of 33%, our utility bills $800 a month? It seems to be the average right now. It is absolutely unconscionable. And the joke, and I sit here and I say there is absolutely no way that the average voter, independent, Republican, soft Democrat, anybody is buying hook, line, and sinker this nonsense that the people who created the problem are somehow going to bring the solution.
That is the biggest thing. Yeah, exactly. Dawn, it's always great. And where do we find you on Twitter?
Dawn Fantasia _NJ.
Very good, Dawn. Thank you. To be continued.
Great. Thank you, Dom. Take care.
Dawn Fantasia. All right. The first time with the Bears and the trash cans. It's just such a, and this new poll out, and Matt has great detail on it at SaveJersey.com, indicates it's really a horse race within a point. Yeah, there's a bunch of polls. You got to think blue state like this, et cetera. She might be a couple points ahead. She might be just tied. But that ought to be inspiration that this is so winnable. But Scott Presler's right. Doesn't like some of the signs on the ground pushing people to do better. All right, side question today. Dan, I don't know if you have one off the top of your head. Omar has been the leader in the clubhouse so far. Mm-hmm. Terrell Owens last night with WIP. What a coup to get him there at their event. Imposing figure, anti-hero, definitely. Real or fictional anti-hero we're looking for.
Talking a lot about Pirates and Caribbeans. Today, talking about this pirates crossing the Caribbean with their drugs and getting bombed by Trump. So why not we take Johnny Depp's character of Captain Jack Sparrow off the board, a drunken pirate fighting against the establishment.
Captain.
Yeah,
anti-hero, you got to cheer him on, right?
Definitely. I would say that's his role. That's what he ought to be doing. Brilliant at that.
Yeah, he is.
Public Enemies, he's a good Dillinger, too. Anti-hero again. Oh, the man with a heart. He's gunning down everybody he sees, firing machine guns around the clock.
I think Depp is kind of the guy. I can't think of a better guy that plays like a layered, troubled individual that has a good heart. But
well, I know in the private life, he and the wife, oh, my God. Wow, that brutal. Of all time. All right, 855-839-1210. RFK Jr. just said the CDC is the most corrupt agency at Health and Human Services. But this is an all-star cast of the Senate committee now. Bernie and Elizabeth Warren next to each other, firing away. All right, more on that. Side question. A little bit later, if you remember the track runner who got rejected in the trans claim here in Philadelphia by an Obama-appointed judge, they're appealing. That attorney will be with us, and Ray Diddinger. 855-839-1210, you get on board. Hey, it's time for the Rescue Natural Supplements Labor Day sale. The ultimate celebration of savings and well-being. Right now, all Rescue supplements are slashed up to 75% off, plus enjoy free shipping. So whether you're searching for immune support, joint care, heart health, or a youthful glow, Rescue has health essentials for everyone. Take a break. Celebrate your workplace achievements with savings on probiotic, omega-3s, multivitamins, and a lot more. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or you can shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Celebrate Labor Day. 25 to 75% off. Again, all rescue products are slashed up to 75% off site-wide. No codes needed. Just call or go to res-q.com. Get this Labor Day deal today. Remember, 1-800-26-ALIVE.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. I'm glad we get this under the wire this hour, then we'll talk about it. Here's another highlight. I mean, this hearing, if this goes on many more hours, this is highlight after highlight with RFK Jr. Here is the back and forth with Elizabeth Warren, who is in her usual worked up, crazed style. And Kennedy has the figures on how much Big Pharma has paid her. Here's how it sounded. All right, so we got the tenor of this. $855,000 is the takeaway. Coming up, attorney Keith Altman joined us before. This young woman in Quakertown, a judge, ridiculously said she had no case. Remember this on the trans runner, a male running against her cross country. Boy, they turned it around quickly. They are now appealing. It's on appeal. He's going to break that down for us next, and your calls on Talk Radio 1210.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Do you love interior design, vintage finds, and helping people style their dream spaces? Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield is hiring. They're looking for upbeat, design-savvy sales associates to join their team, full-time or part-time. If you're passionate about furniture, antiques, and making a sale, this is your dream job. Join a fast-growing showroom with amazing inventory and even better energy. Apply today at buckscountyestatetraders.com. Just click on the Employment tab under Contact Us. Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield. Let's make interiors inspiring together.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
It is Dom time. All right, Keith Altman was our guest before. He's the attorney for Holly and Asselin Magalengo, former principal of K. Altman Law, nationally recognized, specializing in student defense in complex cases. He joins us because it was just a short period of time ago. The media, other than the Bucks County paper, hasn't caught up to this. They still have the same stories up from 3 or 4 weeks ago when Judge Wendy Beetlestone here in federal court just went outside the bounds, in my view, of reality in rejecting all the arguments that were made over a young woman in cross country who faced a male and asked the schools to try to prevent that from happening based upon Title IX and a million other things, including executive orders, PIAA. And now they've instantly turned around and they're appealing that. And this is a really interesting case because it's right here. It has all the earmarks of what's going on with this nonsense and more. Keith joins us here on Talk Radio 1210. Keith Altman, welcome back. So, Keith, pretty quick turnaround time, which is good. While so much so, as I said, the media hasn't even covered it other than the Bucks County paper.
Thanks for having me. Well, yes, it's. We filed the appeal quickly, although the appeal court wants us to jump through a few hoops.
Okay.
With the district court, basically, we have to tell the district court some of the claims were dismissed with what's called without prejudice, which means technically the case, we could refile those claims.
Right.
And as a result, the Court of Appeals has some trouble with that because the case is not finalized. But we intend to file what's called a notice of no intent to amend.
Okay.
Which basically tells the district court, we're not going to amend the complaint. We think what we've got is good to go. And please issue a final order so that then we're back properly up at the Court of Appeals. And I'm just not surprised that it has to get to that level to try to resolve this issue.
Well, one of these cases is going to go to the Supreme Court where they're going to finalize it. And I think it's pretty clear to me, based upon everything, which way they're going to go. It just depends on, I guess, a technicality in some of them. So, Keith, what is the central argument here? I think the judge said stuff like, well, you should have brought this up before the meet, I guess. How can you expect to say you were damaged in any way that you didn't bring it up before they actually raced? What are you on appeal trying to have the court look at?
Well, that really is not super relevant because the issue is whether it could be repeated again.
Okay.
And that's what the court really needs to look at. You could, as of right now, this can happen over and over and over again. And so because it can be repeated again, it's just, I think it's not appropriate to say, well, you didn't raise it then, so you've waived it for all time. That's just simply not true. And that's one of the clear, this has come before the Supreme Court many times where, they said, well, it's moot because, this person's done. No, but it could happen again. So I don't think that has tremendous weight here. But, a real concern of mine, and obviously I think a lot about this, is where are the limits on this? So let's say, for example, I decide that I identify as a cat. Does that make me a cat? Does that mean that I should be, treated as if I was a cat? Does that mean, maybe that's a little bit absurd, but one could see a consistent pattern of people simply saying, well, it doesn't matter what I really am. I identify as this.
Well, and Keith, in Jersey, as I understand it, when this went in Jersey, for example, to your point, it's ludicrous. You can opt out of identifying as the opposite sex, but then you can opt in, and there's no time limit. I guess it could be within 5 minutes that you can do this stuff.
And that's clearly a problem. It's just, how does anybody know how to act when you don't, you can't assume somebody's gender based on a name. You can't assume somebody's gender identity based on how they look. It just makes it incredibly, I think, difficult to have really no guidelines, no guidance. Now, I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way. I think people should be able to, have the freedom to be who they think they are. That has nothing to do with this, but there still has to be, you can't change fundamental biology. I mean, I can't say I'm an alien from, from Pluto.
Now, Keith,
and all of
yeah, sure, Keith.
Yep.
In addition to that, didn't we have more guidance when this was ruled upon by the judge? It wasn't a couple years ago. We have the PIAA and the stuff that was supposed to go into that. How does that play out as far as having someone arbitrate this even before it gets to a judge?
Well, I just think, I think it's not something that should be arbitrated.
Okay.
I think there is just simple biology. It's not as if we, in this context, it's not as if we're dealing with where the biologies are equal. They are not. They are different. Males typically have higher physical capabilities than females. That's just biology. And so it's an unlevel playing field in the first place. And keep in mind, the reality of the situation is, that male sports have no sexual definitions whatsoever. Anybody can compete in a male sport if you can make the team.
Yes,
female
exactly.
Female sports are somewhat different. They're different to give, females a chance that they might not have. Look, if the Athletic Association wants, create a mixed league.
Exactly.
Which is equally open to males and females. I think that'd be great. I'd have no issue with that. Now, of course, there are some difficulties that are hard to manage, and I don't have good answers to. But what do you do about locker rooms? What do you do? What do you do if what do you do if you have a trans female who still has male genitalia who decides he wants to shower? He's on the team and wants to shower with females.
Right.
What do we do with that?
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Do we say no? Do we say no? You can't do that. You have to shower by yourself. Do they say to the females they have to, they have to do this, or they can find another place to shower? I wish I knew the answer to those questions. They were going to be facing those for a long time. But there is one way that you can have a clear guideline: is that you cannot simply will your way out of your biology.
Exactly. So,
okay.
Yep.
If you're
right. Keith. So I was going to ask timelines on this. How long before we see what happens next?
Well, once we clear up this issue with the Court of Appeals, and we will, and it's possible we might have to dismiss the appeal and then refile it. We'll deal with that. I would expect that, realistically, it's going to be a year probably before we do this, by the time all the briefing is done and everything. And, that's okay. I'd rather take the time and get it right than rush through it and leave things on the floor. So unfortunately, appeals take a while, and this could go up to the Supreme Court. I think it will go to the Supreme Court. Is it going to be our case? I don't know. We've been at the Supreme Court. We had 2 terrorism cases up there a couple of years ago, so I've been there, and it's an awesome experience. And if this is the right case, but I think the Supreme Court's going to have to weigh in on this.
Well, our money is on you because you're a guy. You're willing to come on and talk about it. So we're hoping it makes its way to the Supreme Court. Keith, stay in touch, and thank you. Thanks for what you're doing, and thanks for coming on today.
And thanks for having me on anytime. Let me know. Bye.
Thank you, Keith. Keith Altman here on Talk Radio 1210, 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All that you need to do is to just push pound 1210, and you'll get in. Hit us on the side question also. All right, so I just saw, we're still monitoring what's going to happen with SEPTA tonight, the Eagles, et cetera. Good for FanDuel that they did this, but I'm looking at the Democrats who yesterday gathered to push to say the outrage of people having to face this. Of course, they don't blame SEPTA. They just blame Republicans. And one jumped out at me. Listen to this guy, right, who would never come on the show, I'm sure. Representative Sean Doherty from Northeast Philadelphia. How did Northeast Philadelphia elect another Doherty here? How did that happen? Well, I'm grateful to FanDuel for covering rides for Thursday's game. We can't gamble with the livelihoods of Philadelphia. Oh, nicely played, Sean. Then he goes on to say, we can't gamble with the future of our school children. We can't gamble with the lives of our senior citizens who rely on mass transit to get to and from medical appointments. We have to stop, wait for it, Henry, the gamble, and have to, as our quarterback, Jalen Hurts, said, keep the main thing the main thing. And the main thing is that we fund mass transit. Oh, what a brilliant politician.
You can't use gamble twice in the same.
Well, wait a minute. He used it. Let's count them here. Let's see with the we can't gamble with the livelihoods of Philadelphia. We can't gamble with the future of school children. We can't gamble, third, lives of senior citizens. And we have to stop the gamble. That's 4 times. And as Jalen Hurts says, keep the main thing the main thing. And the main thing is we have to fund mass transit. Oh, man, brilliant writers over there. This guy's going to be president someday.
Yeah.
Sean, come on the show and tell us that with SEPTA having all this money sitting right there. Sherelle Parker kind of dipped into it, the city money, so that kids would get to school. They could have done it with the Eagles fans. They didn't have to rely on FanDuel.
Could have used the thesaurus as well.
Yeah. How about all right, roll the dice. At least put roll the dice in.
Yeah, something, bet.
Yes, bet, or let's say the over-under. What's the over and under? Yeah, throw something in there. Or give us a tip on tonight's game. And by the way, I got the over and under of the Eagles.
Yeah, Eagles minus 7.5. Go Birds.
Minus 7.5, and 60,000 riders.
That'd be relatable.
Yeah, 50,000 will get home. But it's just looking at this stuff from these people. Meanwhile, George Paquetto is riding in like Robin Hood and settling things. That's exactly what's happened here. Okay, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210, and we'll get you on board. Hit us on the side. Come on, all-time anti-hero, Terrell Owens, in town. I guess he'll be here, too, for the game. Just brilliant by WIP yesterday. Hit us with that anti-hero, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Josh Jabin, United States Marine Corps vet. Thanks for having me in. Your longevity of serving is interesting.
I loved serving my country, waking up every day after our country had been attacked, knowing that I was making a difference. I love the people I served with.
You love mentoring the next generation. Tell people how they can get involved if they want to go down this same post-active duty path that you're doing.
TravisMannion.org. Join the mission. We need all of you.
Great stuff. Thank you, Josh.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
It's Nick Cale here. Have you been thinking about driving an electric vehicle? Well, my friends at the Piazza Auto Group want you to lock in your $7,500 federal EV tax credit before it ends. That's $7,500 towards the purchase of a new Hyundai Ioniq 5, 6, or 9, a Volkswagen ID4 or ID Buzz, a Genesis, GV60 or GV70, and more. Visit your local Piazza dealer before September 30th to take advantage of the EV tax credit and inquire about additional savings. Shop their impressive selection today at piazzaautogroup.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I've talked about going to Bob's Little Sports Shop for great events like Bachelor, Bachelorette, hosting private parties at Bob's Little Sports Shop. Well, an incredible event coming up September 27th, Guys and Gals Combo with individualized training. Bob's offers both men and women trained instructors, private and closed events that can host up to 30 people. They have smaller group events during business hours that can host 10 or less. You can have your own instructor for shooting range fun. Just call Bob's for pricing and details. No alcohol or drugs permitted on premises, obviously. Ask about lessons on introduction to firearms, shooting and cleaning classes. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. Firearms ID cards are not required for anyone attending events, and no previous experience is necessary. Bob's is the place to learn about firearms, especially for new shooters or anyone interested in learning about firearms ownership. Bob'sLittleSportShop.com is where you want to go. And don't forget, September 27th, Guys and Gals Combo. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Today's 410 Phillies Brewers game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT today.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay, you're with Don Ray Diddinger a little bit later on, and Matt Rooney, this new poll that's out, really breaking it down for you in Jersey. It ought to be inspirational as far as Jack Cettarelli closing right there against Mikey Sherrill. But that doesn't mean it's relaxation. It means, though, it tells you that things are rolling along if we keep them going. A couple of things. One, E.J. Antoni, I don't know if he can come on yet, but we're after him because tomorrow will be the first jobs report. You know, it comes down the first Friday of every month, the first report that we get involving his takeover of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, at least on a temporary basis. We hope he gets confirmed. And there was a story today saying the consensus was that jobs numbers are down. Uh-oh. You know, breaking through this, who's telling the truth, who's cooking the books. That doesn't always come down to that. Look at the crime stats in Baltimore and Washington, right? Look at what was going on in the Biden administration with the Bureau of Labor Statistics. In addition to that, on his watch, if he's way off from where they were today, it's going to be interesting how that gets broken down. So that'll be a big moment tomorrow when we see his first time. He's a great guy, brilliant guy, one of the best guests that we've ever had on. The other thing is that our buddy Chris Tremaglia, who I met way back when at the University of Penn, now is an editor at the Washington Examiner. He's got quite a story up in which he shows how since 2018, Chicago has had more deaths, more murders, homicides, than throughout the Iraq War. 4,580 to 4,432. Okay? And that doesn't include then the other aspects of the war. I mean, it's a lot more when you include that. But he's got a column up on it today. Just another example of what's going on in a place like Chicago. The watchword today is that there's going to be a big enforcement imminent in Chicago around illegal immigration, that it's coming sooner rather than later, not just the issue of the National Guard there, that you're going to see this, I think, even before the weekend, maybe even tomorrow. All right, the RFK Jr. stuff was great theater today. A lot of interesting stuff talked about. And as I said, RFK did say, when he went back and forth with Cassidy, that Trump does deserve the Nobel Peace Prize for what he did around Operation Warp Speed on the vaccine. Now, that doesn't mean that there were not things that were not revealed by the drug companies, and then the decision, you got to be vaccinating people that are young males, myocarditis, young kids. We know all that. And it's still ongoing where the other side is. We haven't had a day of reckoning in an election around COVID. That might be the only thing that settles where it lands, but it was quite a battle today. I mean, some of the stuff here back and forth was pretty elevated, pretty heated, to put it mildly. Okay, let's go to the Earl of Tacony in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl, welcome in.
Hey, Dom. Can I say something about RFK real quick?
Sure, go right ahead.
Okay, RFK is not a doctor. Sometimes he says some really stupid things.
Right.
But I support RFK because the thing with RFK is asking the questions. Is something safe? I mean, you're probably old enough to remember. I remember there used to be cigarette commercials where they used to say 4 out of 5 doctors smoke cigarettes because cigarettes are safe.
Right.
Well, who said that the cigarettes are safe? Well, the people that make the cigarettes. I mean, we have people that are making food preservatives. They're not poisonous. You know, they tested them. It's like, well, they're not poisonous, and people aren't getting sick from food poisoning. A lot of people used to die from food poisoning. So food preservatives are a good thing. But now that we know that they're safe, are they harming us in other ways? Do they cause obesity? And we're being told, well, you can't look into that because they're safe. Well, they're not toxic, but let's see if they're causing other problems and find substitutions for them.
Well, look, I'm all fine with that. I just am waiting, the autism thing and the vaccine and all that. I am leaning the other way. He definitely leans the way to say that vaccines are causing that. I think there are other reasons. We'll see when that one comes down. But overall, I agree with you. And he raised the issue. Why do we have so much chronic disease? Why has there not been more of an attempt to pinpoint that and do something about it? He gave more than he got today, particularly in the beginning. It was excellent.
Yeah, like I said, he's not telling people they can't. He's just bringing up the point. You know, this is a potential problem. You know, it's your choice. You know, make the decision. He says, you know, I don't think that the COVID vaccine is safe. You can still take it. It's still available, but we're not going to sell it to you like they were in the past where they said you have to take it. And that is... They're criticizing him, but he's being fair-handed in the whole deal.
Well,
he's not outlawing stuff.
There's only one more thing here, though, as far as this mandatory nature, particularly some vaccines with kids. There is something called herd immunity, and as fewer and fewer people don't take it, if they choose with their kids, you lessen the effectiveness of the vaccine. That's going to be a big debate. And I understand individual choice here. But that's one of the secrets of vaccines, particularly with kids. Now, we're over-vaccinating in a place like Jersey. It's obvious. But the basics, how are we going to come down? Individual right or herd immunity when you go to school?
Well, you're right. We are over-vaccinating because the original purpose of vaccines was because you would get a disease and you would die.
Right.
And you get the vaccine and now people aren't dying. But what's happening is we're now coming up with vaccines for things that make you uncomfortable.
Right.
So the very few, if anybody, dies. It's like, why are we vaccinating people, you know, against just being uncomfortable? It's like the chicken pox. Very few people, if anybody, dies from chicken pox, but we have a chicken pox vaccine. Why? I've had it. You probably had it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's inconvenient. You're scratchy for a week. You know, as long as you don't scratch the marks, you don't get a scar. You know, no one would ever know that you had chickenpox. But we're vaccinating against because they insisted on having vaccines for all of these things when we don't need them for all of them.
Absolutely. So, Earl, what's the side today? Who's an anti-hero?
I'm going to tie it into what we just talked about. I'm going to go with a man who asked questions, and it's going to be Copernicus, who determined that the Earth revolves around the sun. He went up against religion and the church and went against all conventions and was actually kicked out of the church because he said Earth was not the center of the universe, and that you can believe in religion and you can believe in science at the same time.
All right. I think he's a hero, but okay, I'll accept anti-hero on that. I mean, Copernicus has always been directly a hero to me. The others were nuts.
I guess it depends on the point of view.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so that's what we're looking for today. Terrell Owens, classic example of it. Real or fictional, coming off his appearance here. Ray Diddinger. So, Henry, you think he's landing at 2:30 or landing planes there? The Rooney plane might land at 2 and then Ray Diddinger at 2:30, right?
I think it's going to be the other way around.
Oh, okay.
But
all right.
We'll see. We'll see.
Right.
One of those, that's how it'll land. I don't know. I'm out on the airstrip right now with my lights, waving them in. So
this will be cut 20. We just talked to the attorney for this girl, and I'm glad she said it to this guy and his family. You don't deserve to win. You're not a girl after the event, okay? That's been out there in the news again. Quakertown. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. All these schools are afraid, even though everything backs them up now. We told you Malcolm Gladwell, the tipping point guy, finally admitted yesterday in a big national podcast that he was just pretending that there was actually a question here. And now he says there's no question. And he went forward to say, hey, this is the way it should be. All right. So 855-839-1210. You get a line here. Here is a teacher back to school. Oh, where? In Camden, New Jersey. Now, she speaks in a way that is really offbeat to me, even though it's only 18 seconds. If I were a kid in the classroom, it might even be hard to understand. But one of her first acts, first day of school, is to let the kids know, really important, that she, and these are really young kids you'll see on YouTube, that she is non-binary. Here's the teacher.
Good morning, class. My name is Teacher Roby. I am non-binary. My pronouns are they, them. For example, they are a great art teacher. They taught us how to draw a stitch. It is super important to get our pronouns right. If you do make a mistake, I will politely correct you. No worries. That goes for me, too. So if I ever get your name or pronouns wrong, please correct me every single time.
All right. So it's an opening day, reading, writing. I'm sure Camden schools are, breaking the atom, splitting the atom over there every day in the pre-K class. You got to get those pronouns right. How about in a sentence and pronoun? No, not those pronouns, just the made-up ones that you use and throw around. That's what we have to get right. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210, and we'll get you on board. 855-839-1210. That's how you do it. The opening remarks of RFK Jr. today were masterful, to put it mildly, and everything else about it was just top-notch. All right, jump on board. We'll talk with Ray Diddinger, Eagles, tonight. Looks like things will be relatively smooth, given FanDuel jumping into the breach and really George Paquetto being the one that decided all this. Hey, let me tell you about my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz. I'm thrilled to tell you the great news that Dr. Bentz is expanding his service and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team in September. This gives you more options, more time, more all that. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues, maybe even putting off seeing a dentist, or if you're a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated cases, Bentz Dental Group is your number one solutions provider. Just think about that. You got 2 prosthodontists there now for the great care that you get with the Bentz Dental Group. Now, I've been seeing Dr. Bentz, my dentist, my friend, great work he's done with me for over 10 years. Happy with all the improvements. You'll get the same treatment. Get on the road to great dental health and the smile that you've always wanted. Call and schedule your appointment now at 610-272-6949. 610-272-6949. or visit bentzdentalgroup.com. That's BENTZ dentalgroup.com. Call them now. Get that initial look-see with Dr. Bench. You'll see what I mean, the Bench difference, the care that you'll get. 610-272-6949.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at nordvpn.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on nordvpn.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Now until September 30th, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Due to amazing customer feedback, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning is extending their summer financing promotion. No need to wait to replace that struggling system. CNC will install your new unit now, and you can pay later. Right now, qualified customers get 0% financing and no payments until 2027. That's right, no payments until 2027. As York's certified comfort experts, they're the name you can trust, and your estimate absolutely free. Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning today or visit cc-hvac.com.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS. Weather sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice.
Above average temperatures make a return to the forecast heading into the weekend. It'll be partly sunny today and breezy, high temperature up around 84. For tonight, chance for some showers and a possible thunderstorm, especially early with a low 66. And a humid day on Friday with a mixture of sunshine and clouds. It'll be warmer with a high 87.
Fall concretes are back at Rita's. Fan favorite pumpkin pie returns alongside new apple butter in deliciously decadent concrete treats. But these cozy combos are here for a limited time only, so try them today. Be cool. Go to Rita's.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, this is Dom with you. Great side question today. Anti-hero coming off Terrell Owens being here. Here is the situation that really is shocking that Tim Kaine, you got to remember, this guy's a longtime senator from Virginia. He is the vice presidential candidate. Mike Pence beat him, I think, pretty badly in the vice presidential debate. He has a cat in the hat look about him. But yesterday, duking it out with Ted Cruz, the new line of Democrats is this. If you say our freedoms, our values come from the Creator, our laws are not where we get our inalienable rights, you are like being in Iran, that we're in a theocracy. This is how perverted this is. We're talking the founding documents. So here's the exchange with Kaine making that point and then Ted Cruz responding.
The notion that rights don't come from laws and don't come from the government, but come from the Creator, that's what the Iranian government believes. So the statement that our rights do not come from our laws or our governments is extremely troubling.
So Senator Kaine said in this hearing that he found it a radical and dangerous notion that you would say our rights came from God and not from government. I just walked into the hearing as he was saying that, and I almost fell out of my chair. Because that radical and dangerous notion, in his words, is literally the founding principle upon which the United States of America was created. And if you do not believe me, and you made reference to this, Mr. Barnes, then you can believe perhaps the most prominent Virginian to ever serve, Thomas Jefferson, who wrote in the Declaration of Independence, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that they are endowed by their Creator, not by government, not by the Democratic National Committee, but by God."
Yeah, would seem to be a pretty simple deal, right? This is amazing. And we're going to see if any number of other Democrats go down this path, which is to say, well, that's a theocracy. That's like Iraq. Well, American then is a theocracy. That's our founding document. Ted Cruz is spot on. Are they serious? They want to challenge that because somehow or another in the forefront of their mind, government is more important. Okay, one other cut, 855-839-1210. You get on board. This is the McDonald's CEO. This is cut 27. Chris Kempczinski. We'll call Dan in to look at this.
I'm going to say that's Kempczinski.
Kempczinski. Chinsky. Telling CNN he doesn't like Trump's no tax on tips because the other restaurants are able to get away with not paying their workers. He doesn't want to tip people at McDonald's. First of all, buddy, it's not a restaurant. Stop it already. It's like a vending machine, is how I would put it. How's that a restaurant? Well, welcome to our restaurant. Stop it already. So this is an attack. McDonald's anti the big, beautiful bill, the no tax on tips. That's unfair to them. Here's what he said.
The issue with no tax on tips is it only benefited those restaurants that have tips. So right now there's an uneven playing field between if you are a restaurant that allows tips or has tips as part of your equation, you're essentially getting the customer to pay for your labor, right, and you're getting an extra benefit from no taxes on tips.
All right. So this idea now, again, something this powerful, something this helpful, we went through it yesterday. And here we go. Well, this is unfair to us. Well, maybe we ought to be tipping people at McDonald's, but it's not really a restaurant, buddy. So maybe you ought to shut up about this. Or does he have a point in your view? That's right. Pay them a fair wage and you won't have to tip. No. The anti-tipping crowd, we've talked about this. Tipping is such a great talk radio subject. And the reason I think it is, and it always gets, we have so many people that have worked in professions where you've gotten tips. Maybe 1 out of 2 listening here have done it at some point in time. You might be working in it now. You might be a business owner and you understand it. And the other part is the beauty of it, you determining what you're going to tip based upon the service you got and any number of other factors. Isn't that why people like tipping and like this sort of thing? And McDonald's is not something where you're going to be tipping. We gave you yesterday all the people that you can tip. Remember, you can tip disc jockeys under the bill, but not radio disc jockeys. So, there are things here where people lose out. But tipping is something that people like, without a doubt. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is just push pound 1210, and we'll get you on board. Trying to monitor George Paquetto as we're doing the show. Yesterday at about 2:53, he came on because he's the one that stopped SEPTA in their tracks. He said they should be penalized, contempt. It should be individually. Who is it that determined they were going to cause pain for Eagles fans? That's what they were going to do. It's a pittance in the grand scheme of things for SEPTA to run this, and thank God FanDuel did jump in. That's all good. But why did they have to? The money is sitting there. We've been through this 100 times. They were going to do it to make a spectacle of it, to cause pain. That's what progressives do. But who is it that actually says do this? That appears to be hard to tell with this. And this is not over by a long shot. But in my view, Republicans are winning on this issue. There is no doubt that it's going their way. That's what's happening here as we speak. That Shapiro, Bradford, these others are open to a deal. It's the people in the House, radicals there that appear to be not open to it. The SEPTA board, who knows with those people. But they're not going to get their way. Republicans are not going to capitulate, just give them a bag of money and let them continue their nonsense. Over $50 million they admit to in fares that are evaded every year. So it's probably $100 million. What are they going to do about it? What are they going to do about the special prosecutor and what he's supposed to do? And a million other things to have better service. All right, 855-839-1210.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. I want to tell you about a company that doesn't just do business in the area. They are an actual part of the community. Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is family owned and operated and local for more than 35 years. They treat your home like it's their own. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Emmons does it all. And with their Owen Corning Platinum status, you're getting lifetime protection. Don't mess around. Trust Emmons just like I do. Call them today at 855-4-EMMONS or go to callemmons.com and tell them I sent you.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Allergies to cats don't come from their hair. It's a protein called FeLD1 in their saliva. Cleaning helps, but that alone isn't enough. Packaging's cat allergen-reducing supplement neutralizes allergens at the source. Its whisker block proteins bind FeLD1 inside your cat's mouth before it ever makes you sneeze. Plus, it supports gut and immune health for lasting relief. Control allergies with confidence. Add Packaging to your cat's food daily. Packaging.com. PACAGEN.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, it is time. 855-839-1210. You get on board. I asked on Twitter, and somewhat at the beginning of the show, KYW's 60th anniversary. We're all invited to a big event. I think it's September 17th, and it says cocktail wear. Now, with women, I have a sense of that. With men, several people on Twitter saying, Henry, that means khakis. I wouldn't wear a khaki. I don't care what the dress code is. I've never worn a khaki, Dockers or otherwise. They're horrible.
I disagree that they're horrible.
Oh, my God. The look is just...
I think khakis is almost underdressed for cocktails.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Yeah. But the khaki look is just, I don't know, it's supposed to be mainline or something. Dockers, Seinfeld had a whole thing on it. At the bottom, they just don't flow to your ankle. They go too far over, and they just don't go with a suit jacket.
Yeah, unless you're in like a frat at Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Now, it's a tough look.
We might do the side tomorrow. Armani died, I think it was overnight or early this morning at the age of 91. And I would argue his name has stood the test of time for a suit. In any sitcom, anything, even Seinfeld, it's an Armani. That is seen as class. That is seen as the best. That's the thing that you want, without a doubt. So, I don't want to do fashion faux pas again, but we might do something good with it. I don't think he'd be recommending khakis. All right. One tip of the hat. Over the years, I've had such good relationship, and we used to broadcast. If you can imagine, in November 11th, they do the big patriotic military parade out of Media. And Media, from, say, 20 years ago, Media, Pennsylvania, to today, it's staggering, the improvement, both safety 30 years ago and the restaurants, the shops, the stuff that are there. And one man is mainly responsible, Bob McMahon, who's retiring after running it 33 years. Just a tremendous Vietnam veteran who does and did a lot on that. Way to go. And on paper, a Democrat. But it never appeared to me that he was certainly a Democrat in the way that we think of Democrats now. I guess at that time he was coaxed into being a Democrat out there. It was more advantageous in where he was. But he certainly is not somebody that goes down that line. And Media is a testament to that. The Media Theater, our partner on several big events. I've done several there for Speaker Series, Politics and Pints, Geraldo, Huckabee. Rich has done something there. We did the recent thing with Jimmy Fallon and Rich there in November, I guess it was. It is quite a legacy. Way to go, Bob. Good stuff. Wish you would continue, because you really have created something there that's second to none. By the way, Tim Daly, who's a guy that does a great job at Pennsbury. We used to play the solicitor out there. Sit down, Mr. Daly. You're gone, Mr. Daly. Makes a point that they're meeting tonight in Pennsbury, and he calls it this Taj Mahal, $217.3 million. I'm not sure if it's a middle school or not. It's a school. I'll just say that till I look at this. And they're deciding to have what he says is the principal meeting tonight. Now, think about that. The school board meeting tonight, I don't know if it starts at 7 o'clock. I'm looking at the time here, but whatever time. Suspicious. I'm not a conspiracy guy. But of course, I'm not saying if you have a regularly scheduled meeting on the Thursday night, the first week in the month, that you just cancel it because of the Eagles game. I get it. But maybe you have a more abbreviated meeting, and maybe you don't do, according to him, the big discussion on a $217.3 million, $2.173 million Taj Mahal. Are they doing it intentionally? Well, you know the Pennsbury School Board. They have been one of the most notorious, not just in the area, that in Central Bucks, in the country. They're unbelievable, the stuff they do. So how many people are going to go there tonight and duke it out over this $217.3 million Taj Mahal when the Eagles are on? That's preposterous. So whatever time they start, whatever they do, it does appear that what they're doing here is trying to tamp down opponents and others. So Pennsbury School District, come on. You got to do some routine business tonight. Go home, watch the Eagles, give people some ramp-up time, the next meeting, something on a project that's $217.3 million. All right, Robert in Ben Salem's next. Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, welcome in.
Hey, Dom Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today.
Same here.
Dom, is there any chance that you're going to get Curtis Lewa on before the election up there in New York?
We try routinely, and I'm kind of mad about it, Robert, because I had a great relationship with him personally, professionally, and his people just say, well, he's just interested in national exposure or New York exposure. You know, we said we raise funds for your awareness, whatever. It means, come on. I've been on with him over 50 times over the years, so we're trying.
Right. Okay. It would be good to hear from him because I'm thinking about, Trump offering positions possibly to him and Eric Adams. Now, Eric Adams, I can see him taking it because his prospects in New York are done.
Well,
so the only way he can live to fight another day.
We hear now, Robert, it's not just that they did offer it to him. That's what the reports are with Eric Adams. But again, doing all this to support Cuomo, who I think will lose to Madami anyhow, doesn't make sense to me.
Well, it doesn't make sense to me either, but I'm looking at the motivations here, and I can see why Adams is doing it, but Curtis isn't going anywhere. And I'm going to tell you something, Dom. I really think it stinks that a Republican should have to step aside because the Democrats created a monster that they can no longer control. You know what I mean?
Well, right. I would think that the Trump administration ought to be behind Sliwa if they can get Adams out of there. And it's just Cuomo and Sliwa. I think Sliwa has a decent chance here.
Well, I think that Trump is kind of the kiss of death in New York, so Sliwa's walking a tightrope there. And Sliwa, I wouldn't say he's MAGA or anything like that, but he should stay in the race and, as you say, live to fight another day because that's what Curtis Sliwa does,
Exactly.
I don't think he should back out at all. But my answer to the side question, and my ideal anti-hero is someone who you want to root for because of his motivations or his sense of humor. And I'm going to go with Walter White from Breaking Bad. His motivations for getting into the trade were pure in my eyes because he wants to protect his family. And people will say, well, it brought out his bad side. But I would say that he was just adapting to the realities of the drug trade in order to follow through on what he wanted to do with his family.
Oh, man, you're going down that line there. You had me until that last little bit. That's so hard. I'm in agreement. Anti-hero, he did what he did for his family in the beginning. But, got to think about it. He is an anti-hero, no doubt.
Yeah, have a great day, Don.
Thank you. Thanks, Rob. All right, coming up, the great Ray Diddinger. Who else on the Eagles? I can't even say kickoff since it's a fraudulent thing, pretty much. We'll see tonight. I'll ask him about that. He's got that play coming up, or I'm not sure if it's even started yet. I know in September in Delaware about the hockey player. He'll lay that out. But nobody better than Ray Diddinger. And I'll ask him, Saquon Barkley, voted by the players in the most recent poll, #1 in the entire NFL. And question to ask Ray is this: how do you make a mistake like that? You know, how do you not recognize the talent you have? I'm talking about the Giants. This is one of the most amazing things that we've seen right before our eyes, to let him go in that situation. Whatever the cap and all the nonsense they say. Let's see what he says, whether he thinks, well, what else could they do? Ray Diddinger next, and get in on the side question on Talk Radio 1210.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. John Ashdale, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai, has over 200 vehicles in stock, including new Palisades, Konas, and Tucsons, each coming with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial Hyundai, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big trade incentives and the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downingtown. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies to select 2024 new Hyundai models. 6500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you been procrastinating in getting your furnace or AC replaced? Well, stop procrastinating, because right now you can get up to $2,600 in rebates and up to $2,600 in federal tax credits. But don't wait. These rebates and tax credits don't last forever. Act now, because before December 31st, you can get them. After, you can't. We are your how to save money experts. Contact us today at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekanze.com.
Just grabbing my charger. Heading to Sam's for dinner.
Okay, but you'll miss your favorite tenderloin. Wait, is that the Tuscan herb?
Mm-hmm. Hatfield marinated Tuscan herb. That's a real shame.
Did I say I was going to Sam's? Sam's coming here. Keep up, Dad.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork. Find yours at simplyhatfield.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe hard work should be rewarded. And this month, we're rewarding you. As a family-owned company, proudly American-made and tariff-proof, we've built a reputation for delivering high-quality kitchen and bath remodels for over 45 years. Now, for the entire month of September, enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and bathroom project. It's the perfect time to bring your dream remodel to life with trusted craftsmanship and unbeatable savings. Don't wait. Call Kitchen Magic or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Okay, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. Eagles season. Big play going on again. Media mogul, Ray Diddinger. We got to get him on. He's with us here, as usual, on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Ray, congratulations. We'll get to the play, et cetera, in a moment. But the excitement around this game, if the Eagles are not the biggest franchise in the world, maybe it's a soccer team. What do you think? What other team is as big as this in Philadelphia?
Oh, nobody. And then we're saying that in light of the fact that the Phillies are pretty big.
Right.
I mean, the Phillies are on their way to the postseason, and who knows, maybe on their way to the World Series. But there's no doubt that on a day like this, when they're getting ready to unfurl the Super Bowl banner and they're going to kick off a new season with the Dallas Cowboys, no less, there's no bigger story in town. I mean, sports story or any story, there's no bigger story in town than the Eagles game. I mean, I was listening to the radio on my drive home today, and I heard them say the tailgaters started arriving at 10:30 last night at the stadium. So where else does that happen? Nowhere but Philadelphia.
Yeah, exactly right. Now, and we have, by the players' poll, which I think is the best thing to see, Saquon Barkley, number one for a running back. Is the NFL changed on running backs? Is he changing it? And, Ray, is this the most catastrophic? I know the concerns with running backs and caps, and he's older and all that, but how in the world do you stay in business if you make this big of a misjudgment?
You're talking about the Giants' decision to let him walk last year.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I agree. Well, you kind of laid it out there, the parameters of it. I mean, in the NFL, and this has been true for 20 years or more, is ever since the salary cap came in, general managers, owners, the people that run football teams have begun looking at their rosters differently, and they've begun assigning dollar values to positions is really kind of what it amounts to, and deciding, okay, we're going to spend our money on quarterbacks, we're going to spend our money on cornerbacks, we're going to spend our money on pass rushers, and then like way down the line, maybe 9th, 10th, 11th, you're going to spend it on a running back, because the feeling is running backs' careers generally aren't that long. And there's always more running backs coming out of college. We can always get another one. And to me, it's more simple than that. To me, I've always, maybe I'm old-fashioned, but I mean, to me, you pay the player, you don't pay the position. I mean, there's certain guys who are so good that he's a running back, but you can't compare him to other running backs. He's unique.
And Ray, I don't know why. Go ahead. I don't know why you were never the general manager, because it's the eye test. I see the same thing. I want to link it to a story. Ben Simmons doesn't want to play basketball anymore, as if he ever did. He's 29 and he's thinking of retiring. How in the world do these guys pick people like this? And with the Giants, how don't they look at a guy like Barkley? He is unique. I mean, just as an observer, his body, his legs, the stuff that he did last year, he was doing that. He just didn't have the right background to fully do it. But he's unique. He's a unicorn.
Yep, I agree. And anybody that saw him play at Penn State knew that.
Yeah.
The trouble was, and listen, the Giants picked him number 2 overall when he came out of college. He was the number 2 overall pick in the draft, and people at that time were saying, "What are the Giants doing? You don't draft a running back that high."
Right.
And their argument was, "No, this guy's special." And then after 5 years, they decided he wasn't that special anymore, and they let him walk. And then the Eagles bring him in, and the Giants were a bad team for most of those years. They had a really porous offensive line. They had a quarterback that was just mediocre. I mean, he was the one playmaker they had, and the team never won. And so the feeling was, okay, he's up for a new contract. He wants X amount of dollars. Can we justify paying him? We've never won with him anyway. So they let him walk. But then he walks to the situation that they never imagined he would, which was a division rival right up the road. And you put him behind a really good offensive line, and you put him with a quarterback who's also a playmaker. And then all of a sudden, the guy rushes for 2,000 yards and is the number 1 player in the league. A terrible misjudgment by the Giants. But, now the Eagles are the beneficiaries of it, and tonight they're going to unveil the banner that he helped them win.
Absolutely. So we'll get Dan and Henry in here, too. I know they have questions. But, Ray, tonight, though, do you see this as a relatively close game, given the fact that teams don't do preseason anymore, and an offense is the thing that usually suffers with that? You see it as relatively close say a touchdown, under a touchdown.
That's kind of the way I see it, Dom. Although people generally, if you talk to the people around the league and people around the country, they see a one-sided Eagles win. I mean, when this game went on the betting boards a while ago, the Eagles opened as a 7-point favorite, which seemed to me to be about right. Well, it jumped last week. It jumped to 9.5, which is a huge jump. Now, in the last couple of days, it backed off, and it's now, as of this morning, it was 8.5, which makes a little more sense. But I still think it's a little high. But if you ask me how I see the game, yeah, I kind of do. I mean, the Eagles' offense did next to nothing in the preseason. Hurts didn't play a snap. Brown and Smith, the two receivers, hardly practiced during summer camp. So do I expect them to come out tonight and be clicking on all cylinders with all their timing down? No, I don't really think so. I think there'll be some sputtering along the way, and it's probably going to take them a few weeks to offensively get into sync because they have a new offensive coordinator too. So the play calling is going to be different. So I mean, they have all the players. They've got 10 of their 11 starters back on offense, but it's going to be a matter. They've got the players. They just need to get down the timing and the synchronization. The other side of the ball on defense, it's going to be a matter of seeing how the new guys will be able to pick up the slack for the players that you lost, and you lost some significant players. And so now a lot of younger guys who have real talent. I think some of these guys are really good. They just haven't had a chance to really play much yet. Well, starting tonight, they're going to get their chance. So that's kind of what you got. But I expect the Eagles to win, but it may be a little closer in the second half than people expect.
Ray Diddinger with us. Ray, I saw the consensus of usually the Eagles and a bunch of other writers. And surprisingly, I know the Eagles' schedule's tougher. They have them at 12-5. I just think that's bordering on the worst that they can do. And look, it's hard to predict these things, one injury here, there, one situation. But I just think they seem to have an overwhelming roster, and their defensive coordinator is hot now. People are buying into him. I certainly am. I think he's with a crew where they're younger and they'll listen to him more. Maybe in other places they wouldn't. You see 12-5 or better?
I'm going to surprise you. I have them at 11-6.
Oh, yeah,
I have them at 11-6.
Wow.
Because I do. Because I think the schedule is a real problem. I think they are playing 10 of their games are going to be against teams that went to the playoffs last year, and you've got some teams in there that I think are going to be better than people think. Like I think Denver is going to be really good this year. People have kind of forgotten about people are kind of sleeping on the Broncos because the Broncos haven't been a factor in forever since Elway played. So I've kind of forgotten about that. But the Broncos have in the last couple of years really improved. I mean, they've got a really good defense. They've got a young quarterback who I think is legit. And in Sean Payton, they've got a coach that won a Super Bowl. So I think the Broncos are poised right now to be a much better team. Okay. And they're kind of lurking on the schedule. Nobody's talking about them. Look, do I think the Eagles are going to win the division? Yep. Do I think they're going to be back in the playoffs in a position to go back to the Super Bowl? Yep. But I think there are going to be some bumps along the way. So, I'm by nature, I'm kind of conservative. So I guess my pick is going to seem conservative, but I'm going 11-6.
I am extremely conservative by nature, and I, always know the second time around anything can happen. But I'm overwhelmed by what I see as far as talent and how the defensive coordinator. I'm overwhelmed by that, Ray. That's why I would go maybe 13-4. Henry's got a question. No, Henry?
Yeah, Ray. Yeah. Hey, last time you were on the program, I asked you about the offensive side of the ball and the hiccups they might have. I'm asking about the defensive side of the ball this time. So you hit on a little bit after you win the Super Bowl. You lose a bit of talent, across the league, especially on the defensive line and on the edges and in the secondary. Between that position group right there, what are you looking at tonight to see who of that group can really stand out and make themselves a surefire starter going the rest of the way? Is it an Andrew Makuba? Is it a Moro Jomo? Is it Jalix Hunt? What do you think about those groups?
Well, I think that you're right about that. I feel like they got a lot of change. They got a lot of new faces are going to be coming in on the defense, and I think they're going to be okay in the front seven. I think the line and the linebackers are going to be good. Mm-hmm. Jahad Campbell, I think, is an outstanding player. I mean, I think that was a real coup that the Eagles were able to get him with the 31st pick in the draft, because I think he's a much better player than that. And I think he'll be a perfect fit for this defense. He's starting tonight. And I think he's going to be an impact player right away. So he helps that front seven a lot. If I have concerns, it is in the secondary. They still really haven't found that other cornerback who's going to play opposite Mitchell. Quinyon Mitchell, who came in last year as a rookie, is a really good player. I think he's already one of the top cornerbacks in the league in just 1 year, and he's only going to get better. But they have not really replaced Darius Slay. They've got Adoree Jackson's going to start there tonight. But, he's a guy that's kind of bounced around the league for a while, never really established himself. I think the Eagles coaches all felt that they wanted Kaylee Ringo to win that job. They gave him every chance to win it in training camp, and he really kind of didn't. So they're starting Adoree Jackson for now. But I have a real feeling that maybe 5-6 weeks in, it's going to be Jacorian Bennett, the kid they picked up from the Raiders. I think he's still learning the system, and I don't think they want to throw him in too soon. But I don't think we're going to be too deep into the season before he's going to be that other cornerback because he's a very talented young guy. And then the other position is the safety position. They have to find somebody to replace C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And they've worked a couple of guys in there now. You mentioned Makuba, who's a second-round pick and a good player out of Texas, but he's had a lot of injuries and missed a lot of time in training camp. And then Sidney Brown is another guy who's been here for a couple of years, knows the system, but they haven't figured out who that other safety is going to be. And they really have to get that part of it. And tonight will be a good test because you're going up against the Cowboys, who aren't great, but, they got Dak Prescott who can throw it, and you got C.D. Lamb and George Pickens, who are two really good receivers. So that secondary, which is, kind of needs to find itself, is going to get really tested tonight, and you're sure going to get tested a week from now when you have to play Patrick Mahomes.
Dan, do you have a question? No? Okay. All right, so, Ray, the play now, we're in September, as I remember. I didn't write it down then, but something in the middle of September. The play, the theme of what you've happened upon now, something you wrote about before and now have worked into a play about this hockey player. What's happening with that?
We're in rehearsal now. Okay. We've been in rehearsal now for about 3 weeks, and we really lucked out. We got probably 7 of the finest actors in this area. They were all available, and they all wanted to do the play. So we got really lucky with the cast. We've been in rehearsal for 3 weeks, and these actors are just killing it every night. The rehearsals are as good as plays. They're that good. And you're right, it's a play about ice hockey. It's a play about hockey from the 1970s, that rough and tumble slapshot era of hockey. And it's a story of a young player who played for the Toronto Maple Leafs, came from British Columbia, and had a lumberjack father whose dream his whole life was to see his son play in the NHL, and was grooming him from the time he could walk to be a hockey player. And the father wanted that, and the son wanted that, and it's a story about their journey to the National Hockey League and the price that people pay to chase their dreams. That's really kind of what the play is about. And we open September 17th. We run through October the 5th, and it's a real powerful play. It's a lot different than Tommy and Me. It's a whole different kind of story. There's a lot of family stuff. There's a lot of sadness. There's some tragedy. There's a lot of different elements that go into this play. But, it is a really powerful story. I hope that people come out and see it. We're going to be at Delaware Theater Company. It's a beautiful new theater, actually remodeled theater. Mm-hmm. And if people are interested, go to the Delaware Theater Company website, and the play is called Spinner, because that was the player's nickname, Brian Spinner Spencer. It's called Spinner, and go on there and figure out your tickets. And we have some really great special guests that are coming to handle post-show Q&As. Opening night, we have no less than the great Bernie Parent.
That's unfair. Can't do better than that. My God, yes.
It's going to, and well, here's the best part. We all know what a true hero, all-timer that Bernie Parent is here in Philadelphia. But Bernie Parent was actually on the Toronto Maple Leafs when Brian Spencer joined the team. So he was actually a teammate of Brian Spencer's in Toronto. So Bernie will be there on September 17th for opening night, and then we run through October the 5th, and Joe and Jimmy Watson are going to join us. Brian Propp is going to join us. We're having a lot of special guests, including the great Jim Gardner is actually going to come down and be a Q&A guest one night.
That is great. Well, Ro and I will be coming. I'll let you know about that, Ray. I'm not sure of the date yet. Now, which Watson? We had Joe Watson, right, at Mulligan's, Dan? I think it was Joe Watson. The handshake. If there's a guy with a handshake more powerful and he wasn't doing anything, you can't shake hands with that guy. I mean, my God, unbelievable.
No, you're right. Everybody that meets Joe, that's what they talk about, is the handshake.
God.
And you're talking about the guy who's in his 80s.
I know. My God, he'd kill you going into the boards. So, Ray, congratulations on that. Are you going to the game tonight, or do you watch from home?
I'm going to be watching from home.
Okay.
I'm going to be watching from home, but I'm going to have the yellow legal tablet out and I'll be taking notes.
God. If there's anything that really jumps out, be on the bat phone tomorrow. We want to hear what you have to say on that.
I will absolutely check in with you.
Ray, congratulations, though, and thank you as always.
Thank you, Dom. Always a pleasure to be with you guys. Take care.
All right.
Bye.
The great Ray Diddinger here on Talk Radio 1210. Coming up, your calls at 855-839-1210. Yeah, Joe Watson, Henry, if you were there, Dan would verify. Unbelievable. Just a simple handshake. You can't believe the guy's hand. Matt O'Donnell on Channel 6 is another guy. He doesn't do anything.
My hand
and he
still
shake
hurts.
his hand. Not only that, the hand is like very, it's like very clean and just, you can feel, the type of thing.
Who, Matt O'Donnell or?
Well, Joe Watson, it's just like this hammer hole. That this guy he was ready to, and he's in his 80s when we had him at Mulligan's. What a great, Matt O'Donnell's the perfect handshake, though. He doesn't have to do anything. If he starts pumping your hand, he would kill you.
So do you like judge someone if they give you the wet fish?
Totally. A little bit.
Yeah.
I more judge them. Are they overdoing the handshake, guys? I'm trying to think of who that was.
Donald Trump?
Then I have
when he shook your hand, was it like a yank and pull kind of shake?
It was a pretty quick thing.
Yeah.
I was too busy looking down on his hair, the aqueducts of how he forms it.
I just realized that you always say looking down on his hair as, I think, an underlying way of saying that you're taller than Donald Trump.
No, he was sitting down. I was standing up. He slouches a lot, so I'm not sure if he's tall or not. He might be taller. I think he's about Henry's height. So
I slouch too.
He slouches a lot at times, and you just got to see his eyes when he goes off on something intrigues him that you're that close. It's like, oh, my God, here we go. I meant to mention to Ray, too. I will. Sports story, Mo Norman. Either of you wouldn't know who he is, right?
No.
It was this pro golfer who apparently hit the ball better and straighter than anybody who ever lived, but there were mental issues, big-time mental issues. And people that witnessed him said if he were just a normal, he would have been impossible to beat. It was abnormal how he hit the ball, but yeah.
Oh, he's like a golf savant almost.
Yeah, big time. I don't know if Ray be into that. He has written about wrestling, too. So Ray Diddinger, nobody better. Big night tonight. We'll talk about any number of things tomorrow around this. But right now, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
That is exactly right. We are playing today to win Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning digital movie code. Tom Cruise stars as Ethan Hunt in this action-packed thrill ride that film critics are calling the biggest and wildest mission ever. Go inside the incredible stunts with over 50 minutes of jaw-dropping extras when you buy on digital, available at participating retailers, rated PG-13 from Paramount Pictures.
Yeah, Dom. So today on the side question, we are asking for that all-time anti-hero. So I have to tie that into the money melody here today. I'm going to play a song from a movie franchise about an anti-hero turned hero. The way this anti-hero turns into a hero is that the government in this universe... Well, you're going to like how I word this, Dan.
Yeah.
The government in this universe drops all the... nation's undesirables on this person's property.
Right.
This person, therefore, goes to the government and says, I want these people off my property. The government says, fine, but only if you kidnap this woman for me.
All right.
So he goes on a very long journey, begrudgingly with an annoying companion, where he learns to loosen up a bit. And on the way, after kidnapping, the woman, actually becomes... the hero by the end of the story, and they've made a few more movies since then. So the song I'm going to play for you today is Holding Out for a Hero, originally by Bonnie Tyler.
Right.
I want the name of the movie franchise in which this song is played, this anti-hero movie franchise of which the main character is the titular name of the franchise. So let's take a listen to the song. I want to know the name of the movie franchise.
All right.
So this song is from the second installation of the franchise. The fifth installation of the franchise is set to come out late next year.
All right, more details. No, stop it.
It's always, man. Now that you worded it that way, it's a really creepy story.
Yes.
And then the person he kidnaps, they fall in love, and
all right, less is more here. I think people. Yesterday was a layup. Now today we're taking a 3-point shot over our head.
We're going from half court.
Yeah, we're going from half court. All right, hit us with that right now at 855-839-1210. We will send you Mission Impossible with Tom Cruise. Sounds doable after all that information.
Mm-hmm.
And we're coming to your calls. And Matt Rooney here with the brand new poll. He really broke it down in Jersey. That ought to give you inspiration. Not laziness, but inspiration. Jack Cettarelli, virtual tie with Mikey Sherrill. All that straight ahead with Dom.
Get ready for another Piazza Pet event. Next Friday morning, September 12th, we will be live at Jaguar Land Rover of Willow Grove, part of the Piazza Premium Automobiles family, all to support the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Kale and Company will be there 6 to 10 a.m. with free coffee and donuts. And remember to bring your pup for a pic in our fun doggy photo booth. From 10 till noon, Dawn Stensland will have adoptable dogs on site. Thanks to the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Join the fun Friday, September 12th with Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Donna Dern, this is my husband, George. We've been with Crash Proof since 2011.
Becoming Crash Proof was the best decision with our money that we've ever made. The money we earn is ours, and the interest is added to the principal. So we compound on top of that money, and there's just nothing better than watching that nest egg grow.
We're still constantly gaining, and it's never going back to where it started.
You let these folks help you out, grow your portfolio, and doesn't cost you a cent.
Look into Crash Proof Retirement. You won't regret it. And just like through turbulent times before, we still fist bump. And we say, yep, we're okay.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant in Deptford, New Jersey on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Now until September 30th, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at NordVPN.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on NordVPN.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone? Show me the money. That is exactly right. All right, let's hear the clue again, and we're looking for the movie franchise. I think I wrote in my notes.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, it's extensive here on the YouTube.
Yeah, you got all the notes written down?
I got all the notes written down.
Cite the story back to me.
Okay, all right. Let's hear it. Don't we all? All right, it's Harriet, right? All right.
Yeah, sorry.
Harriet and Philly. Hey, Harriet, what's the movie franchise? Harriet? Hello? I'll put you on hold. Let's go to Kevin and Bucks, Talk Radio 1210. Kevin, what's the movie franchise?
Hey there, hi there, ho there. That would be Shrek.
Hey!
All right, nice. Wow, that was nicely played, Harry. Enjoy Mission Impossible. All right.
Yeah.
Henry, that's a long preamble today, but nicely
totally.
done.
Well, I
made up for Willie Nelson yesterday. Everybody in the world got that one.
Yeah, well, I could have went through both movies here. This song comes at the end of the second movie, so I could have went through the whole plot of that one too if I had time.
All right, Matt Rooney in the On Deck Circle. We got to get a winner here on the side question. Give us that all-time anti-hero. But just saw something from Will Bunch that just intrigues me, and we'll get into it more tomorrow. Will Bunch has come on the show in the past. We do get out and all the Inquirer columnists. He's got a column up noting that President Trump has said he'd like to go to heaven. He's trying to go to heaven. Trump is not going to go to heaven if he keeps on blowing people up on boats. How many times do you get to do it before you can still make it in heaven? Now, I love this because it's the same argument that people make all the time. You got to be against capital punishment, essentially, or you're not going to heaven. That's essentially what they're saying. You just got to look aside, and you can't make the argument it's self-defense. Yet, last time I looked in the Catholic Church, most churches, self-defense is allowed. Isn't it self-defense to stop these marauders from bringing cocaine, fentanyl, meth, whatever, and various quantities into our country boldly, blatantly? We got a high speedboat. Maybe we're faster than you in the open waters. You're not going to be able to catch us. The Coast Guard used to then try to capture them. Many times they get away. Now, this is sending a message to Maduro and others in Venezuela. You're not going to continue to poison us. You are going to get it. Now, is that something that is so awful? Will Bunch says so unlawful and immoral. It's not immoral. What's immoral is letting people be on the other side of the border, helping to kill Americans. Human trafficking, fentanyl. Well, what about the Chinese? Now, that's a harder thing to hit them in this manner, but as long as we stop it from coming into this country, and Ron DeSantis has been big on this, it's absolutely right. And capital punishment, with all the prerequisites that you should follow, is the moral decision. The other side, I think, is immoral because it's self-defense. That's what this was, taking him out. We have the evidence on this. We know what we're doing. Yes, I believe you can go to heaven and take people out that are dealing poison. Watch for this narrative, though, about Trump going to heaven. Every time he says it on Fox, they start to play the music. They don't want to talk. I think it's a great subject to think. Doesn't everybody think, am I going to go to heaven? Yeah, well, I know the argument other people are making, which is, well, it has nothing to do with good works or bad works and all that. Well, I think Will Bunch is on to something here. If you're blowing up people, is that something that is in the plus column? Well, if they're these people, I think it certainly is. Okay, Matt Rooney, SaveJersey.com, is the one that really broke down this big new poll. How are the other polls so wrong? Overnight now, Jack Ciattarelli and Mikey Sherrill are duking it out, only a point separating them. And Matt has a lot to say, I think that's correct, about the former opponents of Jack Ciattarelli in the Republican primary and their inability to endorse him. I mean, how in the world? This isn't a wild guy or I can't endorse that guy. That's essentially what they're saying. They're calling him a bad guy. And he is a gravy guy. All right, 855-839-1210. Let's talk for a moment, though. It's time for the Rescue Natural Supplement Labor Day sale. The ultimate celebration of savings and well-being. Right now, all Rescue supplements are slashed up to 75% off, plus enjoy free shipping. So whether you're searching for immune support, joint care, heart health, or a youthful glow, Rescue has health essentials for everyone. Take a break, celebrate your workplace achievements with savings on a probiotic, omega-3s, multivitamins, and a lot more. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or you can shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Celebrate Labor Day with 25 or 75% off. Again, all Rescue products are slashed up to 75% off site-wide. No codes needed. Just call or go to res-q.com to get this Labor Day deal right now. Again, 800-26-ALIVE.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Today's 410 Phillies Brewers game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT today.
Online security is a must, and millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer and more private online. And you can do that too. Get NordVPN with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic from data snoopers and internet service providers, while NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro will reduce risk of phishing and alert you about the fake online shops and known scams. And that's not all. If your email address is leaked to the dark web, you will get an instant notification from the Dark Web Monitor and act accordingly. Get the special NordVPN deal today at nordvpn.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on nordvpn.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show, 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question in moments. We'll talk with Matt Rooney, the breakdown of this big new poll coming out, where the race is turning. And again, you know, I think Jack Ciattarelli is right there. It's neck and neck, and it's going to stay that way, I think, through the campaign. But people need to know that versus some of these preposterous polls that are out there, then turn on a dime overnight that don't give you any sense at all of exactly what's going on. Let's go to Joe in Columbus. on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, afternoon.
Hey, Dom, how are you?
Good.
We have somebody in the chat who's going to be acquiring something that I want desperately tonight, but it won't happen until after a football season. Suze Loves Jeffy is going to have a cardboard cutout of Saquon Barkley, and I want that 5 minutes ago. She's getting it from Wawa, and it was promised to her daughter. And I'd love to have that in my house tonight just for my two boys, but it's not going to happen.
Well, I wish I had a hook up there, Joe. We definitely would do it for you.
Yeah, really. I want to make peace with my boys. I want to show them how to lose gracefully because that's what's going to happen to the Cowboys tonight. We got it. No matter what Ray Diddinger says about Dak Prescott, he's a turnover machine. And we have nobody in the backfield to keep the defense honest. So,
yeah, I'd love to be there, but your sons, they're going to be throwing down beers as this game goes on tonight. That's what's going to happen. Yeah.
God, they scream with every first down, Dom.
But your son, the one I met, is out of Central Casting, Joe. It speaks well as a parent. Couldn't be a nicer kid. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and he had the least amount of maintenance, so I don't know where that came from. So
Who's your, Joe, who is your anti-hero?
My anti-hero started off as anti-Trump when she was running for president, and she became his biggest advocate because she saw what was going on her side of the aisle, and that was Tulsi Gabbard.
That is a good one. Oh, my mess up there. Thank you, Joe. We'll put that one down. Matt Rooney, attorney, Save Jersey founder and blogger, and oyster eater extraordinaire. He's chugging him down at Mulligan's, egging on Mike Testa. That guy didn't eat him, meaning me. I had some.
You had the brine. You had
and I was counting down the hours. I said, all right, after 12 hours to row, if I'm not poisoned, I'm going to be okay. When we got to the 12th hour, I went to sleep then. That was like 4 a.m. But Matt Rooney with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Matt, welcome in.
This is why you never eat when you're on TV. I thought radio might be safe, but I forgot that we were broadcasting this over the interwebs, so that's an amateurish move on my fault, and I have to live with it.
No, it was great having you at Mulligan's, though, and Mike Testa, wow, guy is tremendous. So, Matt, we've seen these disastrous polls. Is this poll, I haven't seen it before, what's the credibility of this poll that has it neck and neck?
Yeah, TIPP, which came out with a new survey on Wednesday, it's pretty credible. And over the long term, the past few presidential elections, it's been right up there with the more accurate pollsters. So yes, I mean, look, we rightly are skeptical of these things, and you rightly should be. But it's definitely at the higher end of credibility. And this is the key thing, because I think this is what all these pollsters are starting to do now, Dom. They've gotten burnt so many times. Instead of just giving you one top line number, they give you 3 different scenarios. So TIPP said, all right, this is all registered voters, regular voters, so that's defined as people who normally vote in a gubernatorial, and then likely voters, where they have to do some speculating and project. Jack is only behind 1 at the moment among registered voters, lots of undecideds. And then it goes up from there. Cheryl's lead climbs to 4 among regular voters, which is still very much in the margin of error. And then 7 among likely. So what that tells me, as someone who's a nerd and follows this stuff obsessively, Republicans are now living in an era where their voters are the low propensity voters. It's the Trump coalition, people who've got other stuff going on, frankly, and they also want their candidates to earn their vote. This poll seems to confirm that there are enough voters out there for Jack Ciattarelli in New Jersey this year. He and his party need to motivate them. So obviously you would like to be ahead, but given that this poll was taken, the sample at the end of August, it suggests there's all the room to grow for Jack. And Mikey Sherrill, who's running in a state with an 800,000 plus Democrat registration advantage, is already seriously underperforming.
I agree with all that. But, Matt, here's where we come in, you and I and Rich and, covering this race. I think it's that motivation. You hit it. And I don't know. I think you were on mornings, and I detected a little bit. Is Scott Presler right? I think Scott Presler, with me, was saying kind of what you're saying. It's this phenomena where if Trump's not on the ballot, then they don't feel like showing up. And we got to constantly reaffirm that, particularly in a state where you can vote early and do all those things. So is that the phenomena we're seeing here? And if they just show up, Jack Ciattarelli in the end is going to be right there.
Pretty much. That's what it boils down to. And the problem is even more acute. I used to think it was simply a matter of, well, it's not Trump, so I'm not sufficiently motivated to vote for anyone other than my preferred candidate. I am shocked by the amount of Republicans I've interacted with this cycle who don't even know there's a gubernatorial election.
Oh, God.
And it's starting to pop up in other media. People that said, oh, yeah, I had a MAGA banner outside last year. I love the president. Hold on, wait, there's an election in New Jersey this fall? That is both terrifying and enticing, again, if you're the campaign to Jack Ciattarelli and the Republican Party, because it means that you have plenty of room to grow. There's plenty of voters out there to close this deal over the next 60-plus days, but it also means you got to do it. You need money. You need manpower. Scott's one of the guys out there grinding in the vineyard, trying to raise the alarm. There are some others as well. 2 months left to save the state of New Jersey, and that's the challenge.
Yeah, you're more gentle on this, Matt. I get it. I go along rather than hectoring at people as I want to do. Like, how many times do we have to go through this to tell you can have the president all that you want? Not only is this about Jersey, it's about the narrative and the bump that puts out there nationally to the midterms. So if you care about Trump, you want Trump to succeed, if you don't vote now, they win. Because I think, honestly, I'll be surprised if we win in Virginia. Do you have a sense of the same thing there?
Yeah, we're running a little bit stronger in Jersey. Right. And candidly, I think one of the reasons why that is because New Jersey is becoming purple, whereas Virginia in recent cycles has gone in the other direction. Some of that because there's so many DOJ laid-off government employees living in Northern Virginia. So you're right, Dom, and let's be very explicit with your grand audience. If Jack Ciattarelli loses this year, if we drop the ball in Virginia, which looks more likely than not, that is the beginning of the end of the Trump agenda. We've been joking for months now. We're all tired of winning. I hope you are tired of winning, because you will be done winning in the event that this narrative that you're discussing, Dom, begins to build after Republicans get their teeth kicked in New Jersey and Virginia. So this is bigger than Jack Ciattarelli. It's bigger than the Garden State, which is a guy who runs a website called SaveJersey.com, pains me to say. This is about the fate of our entire movement, folks. So if you live in New Jersey, vote early, vote often. If you don't live in New Jersey, consider finding a way to get involved. I got in a bus and I crossed the river last year to knock doors in Bensalem for President Trump. Time for some of you to return the favor. We'll be more than happy to give you a list and point you in the right direction.
Absolutely. And the other thing, too, kind of what I think coalescing with the stuff I've said on SaveJersey.com, general feeling I get with your show, Matt, is that the people that supported Spadia and the other guy are not holding that against Jack, even though these two are soreheads at best and will not endorse or do anything. Do you think it would help if the two of them came together and said, all right, we're with this guy, we got to win?
It sure couldn't hurt. I mean, look, Spadia, who was the closest to Jack, but still a very distant second back in June, he got a little over 100,000 votes. In the larger scheme of things, that's not a lot of support in a populous state, but let's also not forget that Jack Ciattarelli only lost by a little over 80,000 votes last time. Now, the voter registration trends are very promising in New Jersey. Almost half that gap has been made up just in the registration shift since the beginning of this calendar year. But hey, even if Jack gets 80% of Bill Spadia's supporters, if there's 10, 20,000, whatever it is, that decide to hold their nose because they want to let the perfect be the enemy of the good, or they've got some axe to grind, you're only hurting yourself at this point. We all have to live here, use these schools, pay these taxes. If you think that you're going to get better with Mikey Sherrill, time to get a CAT scan. This is not the Democrat Party of of many years ago. She is Phil Murphy with better teeth, but arguably far more crazy, which is a positively terrifying combination.
Wow.
We can't let it happen.
Saturday's show with Matt Rooney, the big show. Who do you have on, Matt, if anything, at this point?
Well, this week we're going to have our friend Alex Wilkes on. We're going to dig into this TIPP poll because I will tell you, Dom, and I know you've been talking about it, the largest obstacle at the end of the day to winning New Jersey this year is belief. It's a little corny, I know, but people just don't believe that New Jersey is turning into a purple state after being blue for so long. So I look at it as my personal self-appointed mission to try to convince as many people as possible that this is possible. If we can do that in the next 60 days, we're going to make history.
Absolutely. Matt, thank you. Thanks so much for coming on.
Anytime, sir. Thanks for having me.
All right, Matt Rooney, the lightning round is next. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time anti-hero. We'll get a winner. Put your name into the hat. The big winner we draw tomorrow. Hey, let's talk about my great friend and board-certified prostodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz. For 10 years, my dentist, extraordinary. I'm thrilled to tell you, though, things are only getting better over at the Bentz Dental Group because we now have a new prostodontist joining the team, like right now. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues, maybe even putting off seeing a dentist, we know about that. General dentist you have that can use some backup on complicated cases. Dr. Bentz has always been that, but now there's more time, more availability with a second prostodontist. As I said, Dr. Bentz, my guy for 10 years, keeping me going with great dental care. Get on the road to great dental health and the smile that you've always wanted. Call and schedule that appointment today at 610-272-6949. Get that initial evaluation. You evaluate Dr. Bentz, you'll see what I'm talking about. 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. BENTZ dentalgroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
The John Birch Society is coming! The John Birch Society is coming!
The John Birch Society is hosting its annual leadership conference at the Crown Plaza Hotel in King of Prussia, featuring retired General Michael Flynn, recent guest on the Tucker Carlson Network, the Solari Report CEO Catherine Austin Fitz, and national speaker and host of Behind the Deep State, Alex Newman. For tickets and more info, go to jbs.org. Saturday, September 13th, 67 Years of Truth. Go to jbs.org today.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life.
Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is right. All right, anti-hero today. Henry, your #1 again was?
Omar.
Yes, that would be the winner. There's no better example than that. He's one of the reasons why he's one of the top 10 characters in TV history that The Wire is still arguably, maybe not even arguably, the best show in the history of TV. And the way they reported his death was so brilliantly done. Subtle, but unbelievable. That was a top 10 moment to me. It captured it beautifully.
It was the only way he was going to go out.
Yeah, exactly. So we got that. Mine was Donald Duck and Dexter. Maybe Dirty Harry, although I think he's heroic.
Love the alliteration
of
there, I guess.
Yeah. That scene, the initial scene when he shoots up the fire plug and he's walking up on the guy. That's a hero. That's not an anti-hero. All right, hit us with that. Get your name in here at the final gong. Joe of Exton on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, welcome in.
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Afternoon, Joe.
In ancient Roman history, my anti-hero is the she-wolf that suckles the Romulus and Remus twins, founders of the city of Rome.
Why an anti-hero?
Because the wolves are wild. They're not friendly to humans, but in this case they were.
All right, Joe, I have to tell you, he topped himself today. Romulus and Remus I get, but the she-wolf, I got to go and look that up in my... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Gave me a whole mythology lesson over
the brand. The guy, Cracker Barrel, ought to get Joe of Exton over there. Tell them what the brand used to be, and he'll tell them how to articulate it in a
new guy next to
in a classical manner. He'll do that. Okay, Henry, who did you like?
I thought the best answer today might have been the Earl of Tacony with Copernicus.
You think he's an anti-hero, huh?
Just the way he explained it.
Okay.
Plus on the fact that Dan did not know how to spell Copernicus.
Nope. Yeah. Oh, well, there you go.
You missed that one behind the scenes.
The all-time, that's the top Polish person in history, arguably.
Can't tell his name. Yeah,
but is that a very stellar group, though? The top Poles in history.
It's very Polish. I mean, and not how to spell the most Polish person.
I mean, Italians, we got Columbus. You're starting with Copernicus. I think we got a lead here. All right, Dan, did you have one?
Did you ever take Bill's call of Ricky Waters with the Eagles? Because he was a hell of an anti-hero. But if not, I think we can go with Copernicus, Earl.
Yeah, Copernicus with Earl we'll put in there. No, I think Ricky Waters was not a hero at all.
No?
Brutal. For who, for what? I mean, and he was a good player, but not,
How about T.O.? Is he an anti-hero?
Oh, that's why we did it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because T.O. was with WIP yesterday. He still got that presence. Yeah, you can make the case. The shenanigans in the driveway and all that. Yeah, you can make the case.
I'd love for someone to do that nowadays.
Yeah.
I'd love that. That would be a firestorm.
Did anyone take Mike Vick off the board?
No. You know what? Due to me saying he's a redeemed guy, I should have, yeah. All right, so Earl, you're in the hat, and tomorrow we got several that we're mulling over, going back and forth with. I may change it after tonight's game, but if you ever have a suggestion, you can always hit me. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210, and we'll go from there. And hopefully tonight there'll be no shenanigans with SEPTA. They'll follow through. They got the money. They got their nonsense. What are Democrats going to do now? Where are they going to cause pain next, or try to? This was their big shot tonight to see what these Republicans have done. And I'll have to tell you this, that we had Joe Pittman on yesterday. He put up on his Twitter and on mine the interview and the savagery of these people, not just toward Republicans, toward this guy, tells me he must be over the target. Also, RFK Jr., a lot more happened after we gave you all the initial stuff. There'll be more tomorrow. And I think RFK was right. He answered, President Trump deserves a Nobel Prize for the warp speed vaccine. I don't think he was trapped. I think that's an accurate answer. And Will Bunch, you can go to heaven if you blow up people that are coming to kill Americans. At least I think you can. All right, Richie always next for 4 big hours. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial